Okay. Looks like we're back.
Are we back?
Okay. All right. We were
So
not.
where was it? So where is it when it died? Do I just
What
go
were
again?
we talking about? You were talking
Yeah.
about something. Was it the Joker or
Well,
candy thing?
Yeah. We're just finishing
finishing
that
that.
discussion. So Chelsea, just recap because I don't know
Yeah.
exactly when we cut out. We don't want to miss any of your valuable knowledge.
Don't worry, it's not valuable. My take was just that I could like think of like 80 carries that while they wouldn't replace Joker, they'd be like serviceable. Like you could put Arch there and he'd do like okay, right? But I think by virtue of
Well-
being like a Platts jungler, I don't think you could find anyone like at around like Rare Candy's like rank that has like the same anywhere comparable to the level of impact that Rare Candy has had on Gamma.
All right. So, I mean, pretty spicy there. I'm gonna just have to add at the very end that I will say Joker's easier to replace, just because I want to, again, stoke those voices going on. I think that's really just gonna encourage him to succeed in the future. So moving on, though, we did have one more great question by Flay, but we're running out of time, and I do want to talk about each of the matchups very, very briefly, and not specifically, mostly because I want to pin down for a few of you, like some make you say that one player is worse than the other. But because we don't have that much time, I'm going to go to the specialists here, kind of with these matchups as far as your position. And then you all can kind of vote on the ones that none of you play. So Zol, you're a resident top laner here, correct?
Yeah.
The expert of the Ornn v Gwen matchup. Dalton versus Hazem. Who's the better player in this matchup? Which of your children do you love more?
I love them all equally. Okay, so to answer this, I think Hazem's had higher highs. He also has lower lows. Dalton was known to be a coin flipper. I do think his coin flips are a lot less extreme than Hazem's. So although I do expect, Dalton to be a lot more consistent, if Hazem can get that perfect, game out of him, I do think that he'll be able to best out Dalton. And that's mainly because Dalton is a Escape from Tarkov main right now, even though he can't really play the game because his computer sucks. But he spends most of his time on Tarkov, on customs in Tarkov, than customs in League of Legends. So he's a little rusty. He's still a great player, but if Hazem flips the coin right and plays like he can, then I'll have to give it to him.
All right. Well, you heard it here first. Hazem is the more loved child. And now going into the jungle, we have Dojos versus Candy, and we got Sultan here as our resident jungler. So who do you got?
Well, I feel like the latest performances, especially Rare Candy's performance against ID, I think it was like one of the reasons that they won. So, well, I'll go with Dojos because I feel like he's been almost like perfect throughout the whole season. Also, he's a part of staff, so we gotta like support each other.
True.
I'll go
almost as perfect as his diamond rosters work. Sorry.
Yep. But like I feel like he's been playing really well all over, but same as Rare Candy. But I feel like Dojo's will be the better jungler.
All right. Well, I will make fun of you if that's not the case.
He
So
just
for
gets
the mid
gapped all
lane, like I
games.
said, we can all give our opinion. And I know, Chelsea, it's been far too long. So Scruff versus Kush, any thoughts on that? Who do you think's the better player, et cetera, et cetera?
Oh god, I love Mr. Kush. Mr. Kush is great, but Scruff is going a bit insane in the mid lane. Even during like Omega's regular season, he looks like by and far above just like the best player in the league. I think Scruff's dropping like 20 kills. I think during
Don't eat him,
playoffs,
though.
the team, yeah, don't eat him, please. We need more chips. During playoffs, I think the rest of his team is sort of like caught up to his level, but I still think that Scruff is just, if you give him an inch, he will take it into a mile. I believe he's dropped like pentakills, like in, was he screaming Gamma when he dropped that Cassidy penta like way back when?
Maybe. I don't remember, but I
it was
remember him
against one
getting a
of the
cast in
teams.
Penta.
Yeah,
Yeah.
leaking scrims.
This was like a month ago, and they've also both scrimmed each other, so they'd remember it. But
It was Sigma.
yeah.
It was Sigma.
Oh, it was Sigma. Oh, well, okay. Kush is probably better than Ratchet, but it's still Scruff is always, if you give him an inch, he will take a mile. And I think while Kush can definitely handle him, I don't think Kush is going to be getting leads over him, if that makes sense.
All right, Zol, you were already talking. So who do you think, Scruff or
Um,
Kush?
I kind of agree with Chelsea's analysis overall. I do think that Chelsea. I mean, not Chelsea. Kush is extremely stable player, extremely reliable, and I will say to his credit that unlike other mid laners that Gruff has faced and been able to run over, while I don't think that Scruff is going to be able to necessarily run over Kush, I think the same thing is going to apply vice versa, and Kush is going to play to what he always goes for is to be that reliable, stable, force that Gamma always has. And I still think uh, that he'll be able to handle some of Scruff's aggressiveness, but I will have to give a slight advantage to Scruff just because Scruff's explosive. He's a really dominant player, and he's just able to really do a lot around the map with how he plays. And I don't expect him to stomp Kush out. Probably the other best mid laner in the league, maybe with XBKP, but uh, it'll be a close one. I'll give it to Scruff.
Sultan, do we have consensus on Scruff or?
Yeah. Well, I think also stats. Although there isn't too much difference, I think it kind of still speaks for itself. I would only say Scruff also gets overall more resources as well from his team. But the fact that Kush still has the same damager as Scruff, even though he gets less gold, less KP, I don't know. I don't think the difference is too big, but again, Scruff has been playing really well. Also, I think Hypnotic, he's been also doing well in BOL too. So he's been just consistent overall.
Yeah.
Not the
And
best, not the best by the way, BOL, but
so Chelsea, going to the bot lane matchup. I don't really like to say AD carry all the time. I think it's kind of discriminatory against Seraphine and all that kind of
No, they're
stuff.
not. Those aren't real humans. Anyways, huh?
But
Yo, what did no attack
okay.
ever do to you, Zoel, man?
We have Joker and Karinu, who've both been obviously really good for their teams. This split, who do you think is? I mean, who do you think is the better player? And/or you can be more nuanced, I suppose, as well. If there's anything kind of in this matchup that's interesting as far as champ pool differences or anything like that. I don't know. You know more than me.
In terms of champ pool different, I mean they both play most things. I know Joker definitely has the more he has more breadth in what he's willing to bring onto the Rift, including Graves and Kennen. But I definitely think that Joker on his bread and butter, when he's playing when it comes to those game 5 scenarios, he's always going to sort of default to the traditional range 80 hyper carries, not even the on hit ones, just crit 80 hyper carry, which is Jinx, Xayah, Aphelios. I know Carino, they both share that Aphelios pocket pick, but I know Carino has definitely played clutch situations with sort of different champions, like the Ezreal. I know Carino really enjoys the Varus champion as well. I've seen him pick it up a few times. Joker's been playing it too. I don't think I've seen it from him on stage since VRS Spring, but I also haven't been watching all of the games. I mean, I think you alluded to it earlier, but think that I don't think either of them are really going to play those non-marksman type ADs. The only thing I can think of is Carino used to be way famous for his Ziggs back in APL when he won it on DR Cobalt, but I haven't seen him play that in a while. So I think it's just going to be both AD carries just trying to be that late game menace, and I think they're both, the two mechanically strongest players. I mean, it's like them and Hazem in terms of just raw mechanics. They're a cut above all the other players in the league.
All right. Well, I think I know what you're going to say, but I guess just to ask one pointed question, who do you feel is more likely to kind of clutch it out in those late game situations for their team?
Oh, that's when you think of clutch in late game, you think of Joker, right? That's his bread and butter. I
That's
think
what I was fishing for, but yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, that
I
seems
think
how it's been.
Carino is generally more of a sort of pressure lane type player and gain CS advantages and sort of build that up. But if you need someone to win you a late game team fight, it is going to be Joker.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the one question you could ask is it just that Joker has needed to step up in those situations because the rest of the team has not, and Korea just hasn't had the chance? I mean, we'll see in just a few minutes. And, for the support position, we know that Hoshi is better than Justin, which brings us to our last segment. I mean, no, sorry. If anyone has anything very quickly to say, Justin, I do not know you much love, my friend, so.
No, it's definitely it's Hoshi's. I mean, Justin's been great, but Hoshi's just been the best support in the league. I will say though that Game 5, Justin Onfroy, Rakan. If you've never heard of that, quite possibly the single best support performance I have ever seen in all of my amateur gameplay. So if he can bring that out, he might he might be able to go toe to toe with Mr. Toshiumi.
Yeah, I think definitely Justin wants to bring, try and play for the rest of the map. I think that's always been what he's been strongest with, taking early roams, fighting with rare candy. I think that's really going to be his angle to deal with Hoshi, because Hoshi is just simply the best support I've ever played with in amateur in my entire career. That man is crazy, goated on the sauce.
I would only say I think 17 has been like the only player lately that I've seen like just pull picks like Pike. So although Hoshi is better, I feel like 17 sometimes just pulls those picks that are not common in comp that can catch people off guard. So maybe he catches them off guard a few times this series.
That's why we got Sultan on this desk. He's a caster. He's a production member at heart. He knows to say the right things like that on both sides. So, great job. As your boss, I'd just like to say that. But we're almost out of time. I want to make sure that the casters will be able to set up at coming in here are very, very handsome casters, Oshi and Thunder. But we, of course, need to predict the series. But we just can't. We don't have time to go into the specifics. So I'm gonna just cut you off. If you do, you just have to say which team is going to win, and you get to say the score. Sultan, I trust you the most, so I'm going to you first.
I'll just go with Omega 3-2.
All right, Zol.
3-2 either way.
What? No, stop.
Pick a side.
What? We had you on here for a reason, not to say 3-2
Go
either
ahead.
way.
Go
Pick
ahead,
a side. All right, 3-2 gamers, run your fucking pockets, dojos.
All right. Wait, what did Zol say? I was.
He told me to go. All right, Zol.
Oh, wait. Oh,
We're
yeah.
up.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have one. Okay. You're the. Oh, and you break the tie, too.
Nah,
Chip.
make a choice, Zoel.
No, I'm not making.
Choice.
I'm
Make a
picking
choice.
Team Zoel. Zoel. You see me right there. You see my picture right there, holding up the trophy. That's the real championship.
This is bitch face.
Right.
You're getting called pro if you don't pick one.
We can all sit here until you pick a team.
All right. I'm gonna go. You know what? 3-2 new. That's all I will speak on. I will leave this call.
I'm not kidding. We're literally holding the game hostage until you.
Maybe 0-2 was right. Maybe he did have a point.
Yep.
All right. 3-2. All right, hold on. Give me a second. Let me think about this one. I'm 3-2 Omega.
As a chance.
All right, there you go. 3-2 Omega.
Okay. All right. So we got the advantage with our analyst towards Omega, but we got the love for Gamma coming out from Chelsea. That is gonna be it for the Dorado Championship analyst desk, though, because Thunder and Oshi, I bet they're like revving to get up in here. Daddy Zillion, he always wants to keep things timely. So we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, the casters will be here, and it will be the grand finals for the CCS Classic Championship Series. Dorado Gaming Gamma against Dorado Gaming Omega. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Classic Championship Series. This is the grand finals, the culmination of everything we have been working towards for like 6 months now or something like that. My name is Thunder. I am joined by Oshi, and we have two Dorado teams, Oshi, Gamma, and Omega, and they are bringing the heat today.
It is the day of the dog without question. Everybody knew it. We have been making jokes about this being the Dorado Gaming League throughout the entire season, and it did culminate exactly as they could have hoped. And I mean, you guys sat through the analyst desk. They're waiting no time. They're straight in. They said, we don't want to hear anybody talk anymore either. We already have Tristana, Wukong, and Camille all banned out. There goes the Jax as well. A lot of top targeted bans. You and I expected this, right? We talked about it. We said they're definitely going to be going after Hazem here. They want to keep that down. He's really their go-to carry, their big star of the team for Omega Gaming Gamma. Meanwhile, on the other side, I said Omega Gaming Gamma because I'm that twisted. I can't even get it right already.
We had Omega Gaming in our cast. It just gets confusing for everybody. Yeah.
The last one that we did. Meanwhile, the Tristana goes down. So far, Omega has left the Misfortune alive. Definitely one of the more played champions, not just in the overall, but for Carinu. Not sure how to pronounce it. It's going to change every time. But the bot laner for Gamma.
Right.
And there goes Volibear. That's a ban we haven't seen.
Yeah, a lot of bans targeted up towards the top side for Gamma. You know, it's Hazem, Rare Candy. They play this essentially this champs that they both play quite effectively. Gamma, they're banning a little bit more eclectic, but they wanted to take that Tristana away from either technically Scruff or Joker. Either one could play it. But Oshi, you mentioned it, Misfortune. It is still that first pick, an extremely powerful ADC for Karinu. And we're going to have to see, you know, that's kind of one of the big matchups. To be fair, a lot of these matchups are big, but that ADC position, Omega with Joker, probably the best player in the entire league. A very, very strong pick into him is what you want for Karnu. But Omega, they pick up the Maokai as their first pick, and they are thinking about what they want to draw second.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Maokai gameplay in the Worlds for those of you that have been following it. We've seen a fair amount in the CCS as well. Initially, after the changes, it took some time for everybody to get used to. We didn't see a very good showing in the first week after the changes, but it's clearly grown on people, and the roots have dug deep. Speaking of, this is very deep into Joker's pool, pulling out the Caitlyn to counter the Misfortune. Gonna have a bit of a range advantage early on. Similar-ish carry potential. Does not have the AoE the same way, though.
Yeah, it's, you know, the press, you know, the press are on top of either like a Jarvan or an Amumu, which, hey, they have not been banned yet. They might be something Gamma picks up. It's a little bit more complicated for Caitlyn, but Gamma, they are actually thinking of picking up the Viego, putting a little bit more power and damage into the jungle for Rare Candy. That would be one heck of a pick. Yep, they do indeed lock it in. And of course, for Omega Maokai, it's technically a flex pick. I mean, honestly, I don't think it would be going into the hands of Banger in the jungle just because Banger likes to be far more aggressive than Maokai. But, you know, Hoshiumi, a phenomenal support, has had some phenomenal games. Maokai would slot right in there. Or Harmonic God, even playing a little bit of just a nice, safe weak side with a tanky pick, could, you know, slot that Maokai in if Omega want to go to something else in the support role.
Yeah, the concern always is Harmonica God is incredibly aggressive when he plays. So putting him in a weak side on a tankier champion, it's really going to be matchup dependent. So I'm sure that's kind of what they're waiting on. You know, the fact that they could throw it into the hands of Hoshiumi and it's going to go great, especially with Caitlyn. Think about that. The root and the knockup will last long enough for traps to come down, which means guaranteed headshots and incredible trade damage overall in that bot lane. Again, as you said, someone we need to be paying attention to. It's going to be a huge focus. Akali coming in, though, and the Nautilus on the other side. I mean, if this Akali wasn't going mid, I would love to Silas, right? That's a lot of ultimates to steal that are very good. But who knows? We could see Akali top lane. Wouldn't be too shocked there either.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. We did see a couple Akali picks last week for Hypnotic Scruff. Did pretty well. The man was trying to go to bed early. We saw that Swain pick in game 3. He was trying to, or it might have been game 4. He was trying to close that thing out while Omega were still in, you know, a little bit overconfident. They were doing a little bit of trolling, but coming back in. Omega, they've banned the Ziggs. That's something that
Yep.
Gamma has banned against them quite a bit. Kind of, a safer pick for Kush in the mid lane that they're taking away. Gamma, they've banned away the Renata, so they have the read that Maokai is not going into the support role.
Yeah, but at the same time, you take a look at that Ziggs ban. While it is a little targeted, Ziggs is one of the best counters to Akali in a lot of ways. You've got a lot of AoE damage, a lot of poke damage. It's not very easy for her to get in and stay in on you. And her Shroud is completely useless. There goes the Aatrox, which would be one of the most difficult top laners to handle if you were playing the Maokai up there. So who knows? But again, it's just kind of a generic ban, right? Something that we've seen absolutely rock the world stage these days. So, and a Kindred is incredibly targeted. We saw that last week as well.
Yeah, not going into Banger's hands at all. Not allowed. And of course, I mean, that's now 3 bans going up against Hasm. And Gamma saving that top pick for as late as possible. But Omega, again, they're on red side. They are wise to it. They can get the counter pick basically anytime they want. Wouldn't be surprised to see the jungle pick up here, as I mean, you already know where the where the Viego is going, probably 90% of the time. Well, hey, that's the support pickup. Tom Kench slotted in, and so we still technically have the jungle top flex from Maokai. This champion is just so it feels like it's like Seraphine levels of busted almost, where it can go literally anywhere and do nearly anything that it wants to.
I would say it does a lot more than Seraphine does, but that's just me and my experience of both playing against, and watching Seraphine. I think she's a little overrated, but who knows? We've seen her on the world stage, and it's been a little different than what we see at these plat levels. Viegar, however, coming in, and that is going to do, or rather, it's going to make mid lane interesting. It's not going to do wonders. It has the potential to do wonders, especially if this game goes late, which Gamma, I mean, take a look. Misfortune, Viego, Veigar, they really want this game to go late.
Yeah, and for the side of Gamma, Veigar is one of OG Kush's most played champions so far this split. That's actually the set pickup for the top lane, so very excited to see that. I'm a big set fan, but the Veigar Kush has played it a lot, is pretty much always on these scaling mages, so that even if the rest of the game goes poorly for Gamma, they have a pretty safe, powerful option in the mid lane to carry them into that late game scaling. But again, the rest of the team, you said it, has a lot of that late game power, and Omega, they're thinking about what they want to pick up here. Again, likely going to be for Harmonica God. Actually, you know what? No, well, I mean, technically it still is. I keep saying that. Yeah. It technically still is. They lock Maokai into the top. They pick up Graves in the jungle for Banger. A very, very strong pick that, again, we saw them perform on last week.
Yeah, but not just in the jungle either, right? We saw Graves perform in the AD carry role as well. They won game 2 with that in the hands of Joker down in the bot lane with Hoshiumi. But obviously this time, very much not going to be Caitlyn going anywhere else. It is going to be Graves in the jungle. This will be a Maokai top lane. Tom Kench in the support with Akali mid, going up against the set in the top lane with a Viego jungle, which I'm excited to see. We do not get to see enough Viego, in my opinion, at this level. Incredibly snowbally, very reset-heavy champion. And then we have the Veigar, the Misfortune, and the Nautilus to round it all out. A lot of hands to be held for Misfortune here, which is very good. Keep her safe, keep her alive, and particularly keep her active in this bot lane. Otherwise, Joker and Hoshiumi will have their way with them.
Yeah, and I mean, for one thing to note for both of these teams, Omega is an incredibly bloody team, right? They love to scrap. They love to, not necessarily ego check you, but skill check you, right? They know that they are good at this, they know they're good at this game, and they want to make you prove that you should be playing them, that you deserve to be on the Rift with them. We saw it last week, and we saw them get a little bit overconfident. Gamma, though, they tend to be a lot more coordinated. The drafts seem to be pretty planned out, very cohesive, and I mean, you can see it here. You have the hard CC, you have the Nautilus, you have the Veigar cage, you have the set, all to set up this Misfortune, not only handholder, but set up the perfect bullet times to give Karinu just a phenomenal game overall. And so Gamma, they often, they prioritize their neutral objectives a lot. Omega, they prioritize just killing you a lot, Oshi. So I do want to ask, I mean, it seems like these team comps kind of lend themselves to that. And I mean, if you're the side of Omega, do you have to kind of get that snowbally early lead before Gamma kind of run away in the end game?
I don't necessarily think you need to snowball an early lead in any regard here for Omega. I really think the biggest thing they have to do is just hold even into the mid, because in the mid game is where they will thrive. In the mid game is where the Maokai really starts to come online. Your Graves gets 2 items and starts 2-shotting people. Your
Right.
Akali is going to be an absolute wrecking ball in that backline, whether she gets on. I mean, think about it. Akali can assassinate Viego. There goes your reset. She can take down your backline AD carry. She can take down your the Vygar. It doesn't really matter in the end. And especially if Nautilus is falling behind, that's just another target. Gonna force you to completely blow Nautilus ultimate on one person who's in your backline, so you're not hitting anybody else with. It's kind of a waste. So really, it's gonna come down to, can they last long enough, but not too long?
Right. They got to find the sweet spot for that comp to work and to come online. But I mean, Oshi, we're already getting ready to head into this again, y'all. This is game number 1 of finals. We've had, I think, all of the last 4 series from Wednesday and Thursday combined go to 5 games. And I mean, if you're a Dorado Omega fan, you know that they win the first 2 games, proceed to get cocky, and lose the next 2 before, game 5 Joker comes online. So there's a very real world where we get 5 games here. But all of that being said, we will go ahead and take a short break. But of course, we do have our new wonderful sponsor. And Oshi, I need you to stall for a little bit because I'm trying to find the read through and I can't find it. I know it was posted.
It's all good. It's all good, because here's the thing. The most important thing that you need to know about this is we are going to be taking a short break. What is one of the most efficient things that you can do in that break? You normally run to the bathroom, but you also want to get yourself a real quick snack. What's one of the best ways to get a snack that's healthy for you? Quick cooking? Tell them about it.
Yeah, well, you can also you can use the wonderful services of Factor to make that quick meal. They cut out stressful meal planning and extensive prepping, so it's super efficient for meals to come together in minutes with no guesswork required for what you should make for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, or your brief snack before we get into the game. Factor even offers meals for those looking to follow keto, low-calorie, or vegan and vegetarian diets. So while you go check them out, of course, you can use our code. It's somewhere down there or somewhere in the link to check them out. We will be taking a brief spectator delay to get into game number 1. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 1 between Dorado Gaming Gamma and Dorado Gaming Omega. And we absolutely, Oshi, are not going to get confused a single time during any of this whatsoever, as Gamma, I respect the play, but the level 1 cheese does not come through.
No, it's I don't think we've ever seen a Dorado Gaming Omega player in the bot lane at the start. Although
That's true.
that missing ping is kind of interesting that they guessed that right. But I mean, so these two teams are the same team. They're in the same organization, right? So that's something for everybody to keep note, that not only will they have scrimmed each other, but they'll have played with each other. They will know each other incredibly well, and they will know where to look for these cheesy little things like 5-manning the bot lane.
Yes. They will be very familiar with it. And notably, there was a pretty early trinket ward used down on the bush to a protective ward for the red side bot lane. And there was one left by 17 down in the brush near near the alcove in case anybody wants to be sneaky down there. But those will expire relatively soon, so you don't have too much to worry about other than maybe a little bit of vision advantage in the early laning phase for Karnu and 17. Hoshiumi walking forward aggressively and just does not care that the Nautilus is here. Tahm Kench, a very beefy champion, does get rooted though, and Karnu already chunking through the Toad. The ADCs, these are two very, very competent ADCs. Oshi, again, Joker, arguably best player in the league versus Karnu, who, it's you're playing against your sister team, but you don't want to be considered, the inferior ADC, the inferior positional player. So definitely, I wouldn't say they have a chip on their shoulder, but they definitely want to make sure that they can outperform their counterpart today.
I have to say, overall, almost the entire team of Gamma has something to show, right? They really have a reason to be here and do incredibly well. Because when you take a look at the two teams, especially where we're concerned, no one's really wanted to say it, but you really do have your tier 1 team versus your tier 2 team here, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what you're looking at, right? So it's, Karinu is taking a look at the tier 1 AD carry and saying, I want your spot.
Yeah.
I want to be you.
Exactly.
And that's a whole lot to try and perform and show. And we're seeing it in all of the lanes. We've got an early push in for OG Kush in this mid lane. Puts him in a bit of a bad situation when you've got a Graves on the other side, who, by the way, is going looking for that red buff that's already gone.
Yeah, and went over the Dragon Pit wall, so Rickney didn't see him, and Rickney is going to be first to the bottom side of that. Hoshiumi already used the Ignite and the Flash. The Tahm Kench goes down. Rare Candy gets the first reset. Banger is going to get some damage onto 17 with the smoke screen. Rare Candy is briefly blinded. Damage is coming through from Joker as well. Karnu needs to be very, very careful. Rare Candy uses the Abyssal Voice to get on out of there along with the stun on Banger, and Karnu flashes forward for the aggressive kill onto the Graves, and Joker goes too far forward themselves. Flashes away, but Rare Candy with the follow-up with the Graves steal. The kill goes down. That's 3-1 in favor of Gamma.
That is the danger of this Viego. And what did we say that Omega could not do? They had to hold out in the early game. Gamma wants to get late. They want this to be a 30-40-minute game as they continue to scale up. Now they don't need to. Now it's not 40 minutes they have to wait for. It's 32 minutes they have to wait for. It's just that little bit shorter as long as they can hold on to it. Omega has a lot to claw back at this point in time. Hoshiumi is trying to start it with a ward.
Yeah, and notably that was flashes for... Actually, that was all summoner spells for both bot lanes. They are completely gone. Banger used the Ghost, Rare Candy used the Flash. Hoshiumi and 17 just say hello to each other briefly. And I will say, notably, Rare Candy, unless my scoreboard is bugged, has not backed yet. So for at least a little bit, Banger, who was forcibly sent back to base, did pick up the double longsword and is already thinking about making another play on the bottom side of the map before returning back to their jungle to pick up any newly respawning camps.
Yeah, while Rare Candy did not go back, as you said, he did double crab. So another incredibly important thing to keep watch of. It isn't just experience, it's also vision, it's mobility. And these are the little things that make up the major differences between teams that are so equally skilled that they're both sitting in our grand finals. And taking a look at this bot lane is really... It's not just the kill deficits either. There's a 10 CS difference as Wave is under tower for this Caitlyn right now. Shouldn't have too much difficulty, but that's not going to catch her all the way up. So it's really an increasing hill to climb.
Yeah, And Karnu with the 1 kill and 2 assists went back, got a pickaxe, the long sword. I mean, you're gonna feel pretty good in this lane. You're literally just you're gonna have a much better time against Joker and Hoshiumi. Tahm Kench is tanky, but without some of that escapability, it's not like you're a great engaged champion compared to this Nautilus. So it's going to be very, very dangerous. Of course, you can never count Joker out, but we're seeing Rare Candy already go back on a pickaxe and the Vamp Scepter. So almost to a mythic already. You know, only needs about 500, 600 more gold, I think, to get to what they want to go to. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on, especially if they want to go for any more aggressive Drakes. But the first Drake, my apologies, is up on the map, and it looks like Rare Candy is thinking about going for it. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, these two top laners are just duking it out. Set pretty impressive in the early levels, but Maokai is so tanky and has so much healing that it just really doesn't matter. All the kill threat that you have on Set you can't, I guess you just can't punch a tree hard enough. Like this is not the Karate Kid.
No, it's not Minecraft, right? This is League of Legends.
Yes.
It's a significantly smaller budget game in comparison to Minecraft.
Of course. Small indie company.
Yeah, very small. That is first Drake also going over to Gamma, by the way, picked up by the Viego on his own. It looked like probably had a little bit of help. I wasn't watching the minimap in its entirety. I was watching this wet noodle fight in the top lane.
I think 17 briefly helped.
Quite probably. I would bet Karina was also there. Did some work. Who knows? Either way, all I'm picturing is this double up in the bot lane, right? I mean, with these items that the Misfortune is sitting on, with the level advantage that she currently has over Hoshiumi, a double up crit onto this Kench is going to be about half its health bar.
Right.
So that's my current fear. Meanwhile, we've just got mid lane doing top lane things, right? Nothing exciting happening here. They're just farming.
Yep. I will say, I think that's probably what we're going to be getting out of this mid lane for most of the series. Kush is the Veigar, is just going to be scaling up. We basically just got 2 massive AP threats that are going to eventually one-shot somebody, so we'll just have to see when we get there. And we haven't really had too much action outside of that. I mean, Dorado Gaming Omega, they are one of the bloodiest teams that we have, often getting to like around 8 average kills by 15 minutes, which it is plat, so it's not like that's a ton, but hold on. We might be getting some more kills already. We're already at 3. We see the set Haymaker providing the shield, but Banger has the range. The smoke screen comes down. Collateral damage is still available. It hits Rare Candy, and the shutdown comes through with the red buff tick. Hazard needs to be very, very careful. Not make this a double kill. Stays on the turret, but is not going to be able to make it out with the wave. Hypnotic Scruff is coming up. This is a very, very low set. We do see the flash come through, but you're not getting away from Nakali. The shield comes in again as Hypnotic Scruff takes the second R back. The Maokai goes underneath the turret and just dies through the root. That doesn't do damage, buddy. Haza makes it a 1-for-1.
What did I say about that we had to pay attention to for Harmonica God? We knew he plays too aggressively sometimes, and he's on a champion that currently, as you said, does not do damage.
Yeah, and notably, y'all, the screen name says Blackbeard, but if anything was to confirm to you that this is Harmonica God, let it be that.
It's a tier 2 tower dive at level 7. Yeah, nothing screams Omega, let alone Harmonica, more than what you just witnessed right there, going a step too far. I mean, I respect Hypnotic Scruff being where they were at that time. That was the right place, almost picking up that kill. Looks like we're going to have a gank in this bot lane, but it's going to be seen.
Yeah, we do see the Misfortune ult used to clear off the wave, so a little bit of extra protection as Hoshiumi goes on the Abyssal Voyage and forces Karnu's Flash, which has just come back up in the last few minutes, so gets out of it safely, gets out of it with, unscathed, save for the Flash. The ultimate will be coming up in just a few minutes, and both bot laners back for Gamma, and it looks like Dorado, I can't say Dorado. Omega might be able to get a few plates down here, maybe one, but that is going to be it. But the support jungle duo are busy stealing away Rare Candy's red buff.
Yeah, and you know what? This is probably something that Omega should really be looking to do at this point in the game, is run this 2-person jungle. Run the support with it. It's very old school. I hope I'm not the only person who remembers double jungling. It was a very big thing for a period of time where you just left your bot laner alone. And quite frankly, not just in the player matchup, but the champion matchup, Caitlyn into Misfortune, you can just leave Caitlyn. It's fine.
Right.
So long as 17 is not always there and constantly threatening and keeping Joker either dead or under tower, then it's totally fine for Hoshiumi to wander around with Banger and clean up the jungle and try and set Rare Candy, not behind because he's very far ahead. Actually, he's not. They're even.
Yeah.
Oh my, I lost track of that for a quick second. So yeah, to try and set Rare Candy behind after the incredibly strong start that he had.
Yeah, and notably Banger. So Banger got 1 kill in that bottom lane kerfuffle that resulted in, the double kill for Rare Candy and the single for Karnu, and then also got the 1 kill on the top side of the map onto Rare Candy. Now, I will say, we're already in a very accelerated game state, Oshi. You mentioned it. Umbral Glaive completed for Graves. The Kraken Slayer, I believe, was completed right at or just before 10 minutes for Karnu, and we already have the Blade of the Ruined King completed for Rare Candy. So these items are getting completed very, very quickly. The gold charts are going to be wild for this game. We do see Hoshiumi making their way up to the mid lane, but notably Rare Candy does still have the Eye of the Rift Herald that they can pop. Looks like they are thinking of making it happen in this bottom side of the map to continue feeding Karnu and getting their ADC more plates. Never mind, the dragon is spawning, so they're going to take that first.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? You can say, I suppose, why not is not the best thing to say in that situation. They're actually pushing into the mid all over these wards, so very well seen. Scratch is going to walk away, and that's actually a teleport that's going to be popped as well. Now the set starts to move down. Looks like we're going to have a fight for this Drake. A good setup for the side of Omega at this point, and the Herald dropped in the mid. That's what I was going to say. Dropping the Herald in a lane to force pressure while you try and take drag is a very common thing to see. It's spoken about a great deal on the world stage because that is what the professionals do. So it looks like that's what's happening right here. And this is exactly really what we should have expected, but the drag's already gone.
Yeah, like, Omega just turned towards the dragon. We do see the Nature's Wrath come through, and the engage comes in. We see the Maokai try to rush forward, continue to punch down the damage. Hypnotic Scruff is the first one to fall. The Misfortune Ultimate, the bullet time, goes over the wall, goes over the cage, and Hazem is in the middle of 2. We see the Haymaker take 1 down. We see Joker go very, very low, and Rare Candy takes him down with the stolen Akali. Hoshiumi and Blackbeard are on the run. Banger is going to try to shoot more over the wall, but the collateral damage has already been used. Smokescreen is invested. Hazem and Kush are quite low. Meanwhile, Karnu is healing up off of the wave. It's a 3v5 on the map right now, and Hazem is so low. We see the root come through from Blackbeard, but Karnu gets the kill. Banger and Hoshiumi, they are on the run. We do see we do see a pretty good use of the Maokai, some additional vision, some additional zoning coming out of Rare Candy. The competency on the champion, always important for Viego, and Hoshiumi is continuing to walk at them menacingly. Rare Candy using the last tick of the ultimate to go over. The Abyssal Voyage comes in. 17 might be the one caught out. The rest of Dorado Gamma, they are trying to back. They do not have massive health bars, and Hoshiumi is continuing to run forward. The Tongue Lash hits on the 17 again, and this Nautilus is just watching the rest of Dorado Gaming Omega try to steal their jungle. Banger and Hoshiumi, they are very, very far forward here. You see the TP coming through. That is from Chasm. Kush has arrived to the mid lane, and we might see a little bit of a pinch here. Instead, like, we might just getting some resets onto the map. Rare Candy with the hook, though, hits on to the Tom Kench. A very tanky frog, but doesn't even get a chance to pop the gray health. We are now 8-3 on the scoreboard. Dorado Gaming Gamma take a firm control of this game.
Omega needs to slow their roll. They need to accept that they are not finishing kills and walk away. You're not going to be able to pop Rare Candy. That's just something that is not happening right now, and that was the main problem. Rare Candy sat around with about 30-40% HP and constantly stepped up, baited in Omega just a little more, and then dashed out. And then, oh, you died. Now I ult. Look, now I'm 60%. Just continuously picking up champions and healing back up further and further and further. Step forward, lose some HP. Oh no, they're going to dive me again. You die, I heal again. That is all that we saw, the resets. And it wasn't hyper-aggressive resets. It was incredibly intelligent, tactical resets that came out on this Viego. And as you mentioned, very well versed on all of the champions. We saw the little time that he had on Caitlyn. Oh,
it paid off, but Kush now getting caught out, does have the Vagar cage, and 17 comes in to save the day with a hook. Rare Candy has arrived as well. Hypnotic Scruff needs to be careful. This isn't a colleague who has already used their ultimate. Perfect execution is not there. Notably though, Hazem has used the Haymaker and actually ults over the Nature's Wrath. Hazem is on the run, does still have the flash, but we saw this play before. We see the face breaker come in, but the root comes through from Blackbeard. That is half of Banger's health, and Rare Candy has arrived up to the top lane now. Banger and Blackbeard are on the run, and Rare Candy's trying to chase them down. Does have the Heartbreaker, but doesn't quite have the range. They're just going to clear the wave and call it a day. Banger and Blackbeard, ults invested, nothing gained.
One of the hardest champions to gank at this point with the game state where it is, let alone where League of Legends as a whole is the set. He just lives forever. He has a massive shield, and as you said, half the health bar of Banger with that one ability is kind of filthy. What I was trying to get at was Rare Candy's use of the Caitlyn was actually to create a full trap wall in a couple of seconds that he had Joker as his ghost. So very good usage overall right there. Gamma in an incredible state and looking to go in this bot lane now too.
Yeah, Joker gets devoured after taking a tower shot and a Nautilus ultimate. That is both the bullet time and the depth charge used. Banger trying to make their way down to the bottom side of the map. Caught out on a ward. Carnu and 17 are on the run. Plates have fallen, so the side of Dorado Gaming Omega won't be able to get anything additional unless they can get this full tier 1 turret. Hasm won't be able to trade quickly enough on the top side, so turret number 1 might be going over to Joker and Hoshiumi. Indeed, it does.
Yeah, that is first turret that has gone over, and Drake spawning in 30 seconds, but it's a brawl over the red buff.
This is a 4v2. Rare Candy gets popped right off the bat, but so does Banger. Hypnotic Scruff is inside the Shroud, has a ton of damage, it takes down 17. That's a double kill for the Akali. This is a 1-for-2 trade, and Hypnotic Scruff wants to continue moving forward, but Hypnotic Scruff with an absolute explosive play around the blue side red buff.
Yeah, picking up one in the instant. That's what we said was kind of the terrifying thing about this Akali. Once she got going, there are so many squishy targets for her to look for. And it looks like, I mean, is Rare Candy going for the Triforce? Is that what we're looking at? Yeah, let's take a look at the items real quick right here.
I think that is. You know, we haven't really seen Viego a ton. I guess Triforce Viego's the way to go, but we'll have to see. I will say Next Dragon is spawning now, but Scruff is in the middle of backing, so it looks like Omega might just be giving this over to Gamma.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. Scruff bought before I was able to check how much gold was sitting in his pocket, but it couldn't have been much more than 1,000 or so. So kind of an unfortunate back timing right there, but it was unfortunate in the overall after that fight because of how quickly both junglers got popped and then how low Omega ended up after this fight as well. It just kind of reset better into the hands of Gamma.
Yes.
Yeah, for the life of me, I just want to say for Dorado.
It's so difficult. Dorado as an organization make our lives difficult. You can thank Zol for that, of course. You know, he was on the desk. It just is what it is. His teams are too good. What can we say? Now, again, Blackbeard, you know, this is Harmonica God. We're calling it Blackbeard. I'm reading the names as I see them on the screen. My brain don't got much more time to process it than that, so we'll go with it as we do. Now, notably, the next Herald is going to be... Oh, actually, no Herald is going to be spawning. It has already been grabbed up by Rare Candy, who continues to take it away while I am just not paying attention to it. Hasm does briefly get rooted, but again goes underneath the turret. Blackbeard is going to be taking some turret shots here. Gets pulled underneath the turret once again, but Hoshiumi over the wall. Again, Hasm with the flash. Gets out alive, uses the ult and the flash to survive a 3-man gank, and Rare Candy has arrived for backup.
Yeah, it just... They keep trying it, and it keeps not working. Hasm is playing that incredibly well, just staying alive in all situations, using every single piece of his kit to perfection, honestly, for lack of a better word, because I don't think there is a better word, but using them to perfection. 2-0-2 up in CS in this top lane, and he has been under constant pressure from Banger. I mean, it is exactly what you want in a top laner coming for Hasm thus far. I mean, bot lane, the bot side of the map, rather, has gone kind of as we expected, right? It's gone in the favor of Joker. First tower went down. Meanwhile, in the top lane, it's gone exactly as we expected. Hasm is the one with the kill lead. He took the tower down first. The Heralds have gone over in that favor as well, but the Drakes is really the difference maker. And yes, it is Divine Sunderer that was picked up. Forgive me for trying to build something exciting, maybe seeing if he goes something weird. Divine Thunder is the standard just for the extra heal as well as the damage that comes through with the resets and the low cooldowns of the champion.
Yeah, it's going to be he's going to have a much easier time getting through the TK and the Maokai now, but it's just clearing out the mid lane. Again, they have another Rift Herald. Hey, you know, the first one charged into the mid lane, they're going to get the second one. 2 Heralds, 1 tower, you will take it. So,
Don't say that.
Shelly charges in, it goes, don't say what?
It's okay.
2
Bad reference.
Oh, okay. All right. See, don't look that. All right. Never mind. Anyways, let's get back to the Rift. Oshi, get your mind out of the gutter. Hypnotic Scruff, meanwhile, is once again in this red side jungle of Gamma. That red side jungle is just not safe. Omega has taken the read that Gamma just play out of that red side jungle. They understand that Karinu and Zivantine have been kind of the priority. They focused a lot of pressure down there. They got a lot of pressure down there. Notably, Karinu hasn't died yet and now also has the Lord Dominic's completed. So this misfortune is continuing to get scarier, but the game has slowed down considerably.
I mean, the game has slowed down, but let's take a quick look at this. There's 183 stacks on this Vigar currently, okay? That is something to keep note of, something we have not touched base on, just short of 400 AP at this point in time, which means that ult is going to be popping people for somewhere in the range of 1100 damage.
Yikes. That, okay, yeah, just, you know, chat, just so you're aware, that is half of Akali's health bar. And that is about 3/4 of Caitlyn's health bar. So if they take any chip damage at all from anything else, they're probably just dead.
Yeah. At this point in time, it isn't just Karino that's a threat, right?
Right.
I mean, Misfortune's incredible and is horrifying on her own, but when you have a half health ult that's going to come your way, that's targeted, not a skill shot. I mean, there's so many things to be afraid of on this Gamma team right now that I'm kind of concerned for Omega if they get in scraps like this.
Yeah, the Maokai does get locked down by the Veigar, and the Nature's Wrath is used as a potential engage tool, but instead it just disengages. So far, nobody is dead, but Joker takes down Zivantine as I say it. The ace in the hole is popped and hits onto Hazem. That's quite a bit of damage, but other than that, is the 1 kill for nothing. Dragon is spawning in 15 seconds. Zivantine respawns in 20. So we actually do see Hypnotic Scruff waiting very, very patiently on the other side of the Raptor pit. It looks like Gamma are just waiting around this mid lane, and meanwhile, the Graves is soloing the Dragon. Well, actually, not quite soloing it yet. The Dragon is still very much alive. Gamma, they're pushing into the river. They're thinking about taking this one.
Yeah, Omega very much wants to get this Akali flank. They want to pick up some more kills. They don't just want the Drake to and then walk away. I mean, that's totally fine for Gamma. Losing 1 Drake is not the biggest ordeal. Really, they want to pick up extra kills on this, which is why they waited so long before starting it. And honestly, Gamma is playing this perfectly. They're just not going in because they have vision. They were just waiting for the Drake to get low.
Okay, they don't get the steal, but they do get the engage. The Graves goes down, as does the Maokai. Meanwhile, we do have the Hypnotic Scruff on the backside. Perfect execution is available, and the bullet time does not quite do enough damage. Joker falls, or not quite yet. There we go. Rare Candy gets the kill. Takes a couple of turret shots for their trouble. Hypnotic Scruff is still around. Needs to be very, very careful. Can pop somebody, but doesn't get the chance. Zivantine zones them away. So, Gamma, they win the fight, but lose the Drake, and they are going to the Baron.
Understandably so. I mean, I don't know how close everybody was paying attention to that fight, but that was 989 true damage from Set in that fight. That is half the health of everybody, basically, at this point. And I mean, he has Titanics on top of it all. He is building to do that type of damage over and over. Take a look. Here's the replay really quickly after you saw the Baron go down on live. You see, they just wait. Gamma just waits. They have a ward. There it is. They know where the Drake is at. They say, okay, and then the hard engage comes through. They very nearly get the steal. They don't, but they pop everywhere. Look, 989 damage onto the Maokai right there. And then, as you said, the follow-up by Rare Candy here to pick up the Caitlyn kill after the heal gets popped. I mean, phenomenal on every front. Aside from missing the Drake, which was, I think he was off by 70 HP on the steal.
Yep, it went down to exactly 74, which you never like to see. We're getting some flashes up and down the rift as the top laner and mid laner from the opposing team duke it out. Set into Akali. Honestly, surprisingly even matchup. It's neither one has the best time, but you just kind of can't kill each other that well. So we'll have to keep an eye out. We do actually see a turret get traded. Blackbeard up on the top side of the map on that Maokai does pretty well to take it down. Hasm again with the pull managed to hit where Hypnotic Scruff was walking and takes the Akali down to below half health. So now she needs to probably back up, be a little bit careful. But Rare Candy is on top of Blackbeard. We see the Nature's Grass come out yet again. It gets a whole bunch of roots, but there is not enough follow up. We see the bullet time come through as a little bit of disengaged. Blackbeard has to flash away. Hoshimi pops the gray health on the Tom Kench and gets on out of there. Ultimates invested. Flash from Kush and Blackbeard spent.
That engage is one of the prime examples of why Misfortune is just better than Caitlyn. Hypnotic Scruff. Oh.
Hasm is taking a lot of turret shots here. Blackbeard does get the root down. This might be the chance. This might be a little bit of revenge, but Hasm knows that he wins this one. The rest of the team isn't there to support. The Gore Drinker heal comes through, and the Face Breaker shield, or the Haymaker shield, does as well. The Maokai and Set are just on a wild goose chase. Blackbeard, the passive heal, gets back into it. Hypnotic Scruff is trying to tear through the rest of the team after the after getting back out from base. The exhaust comes through, and this R2 takes them all the way back out to safety. Banger with collateral damage does a ton. Rare Candy gets knocked up, and the kill goes down. The Frog picks up one onto MF, but will die for their troubles. Now, Viego has become the Frog, and in the bottom in the bottom lane, the top laners still aren't dead yet. I believe that's a 2-for-1 across the map, 13-8. Gamma still in the lead with 4.2k ahead.
That is a lot of gold that just went over, though. That was a 250 gold shutdown, unfortunately, onto the Tom Kench. Not ideal. Did pick up the Bramble afterwards, though, so that's going to help in the long run. But again, what we said at the very beginning was that Omega isn't looking for the long run. They wanted a 20-25 minute game. We're currently pushing 27, and this Veigar and this Viego just keep getting more and more terrifying. Veigar 217 stacks, just short of 600 AP now. That is a 60% increase from the last time that I checked. Yeah.
That's scary. that's called very scary. Also called the gameplay button, you know? You just hit it and something happens in the game, you know? I'm not going to say what happens, but something happens.
That's kind of the whole team though, right? It's very press R comp. Right?
Yes.
It's very classic, traditional MOBA-styled comp where it's hit the big button and win, right? Yep. And they have gotten to the point where that is basically all that they have to do. I mean, Kush at this point, his ultimate's hitting for between 700 and 1400 damage. I mean, that's going to half health Caitlyn, basically. Yep. Let me double check that just to make sure that I'm not lying to you. That would almost health half. Wow.
Hey, we know. Yeah, we get it. Say it 10 times fast, you know.
Half health.
Okay, anyways, besides that, Clouddrake has spawned. This is Clouddrake number 3. The mid lane turret falls for Gamma, and Gamma takes the dragon, and Hasm goes in with the face breaker. Nearly takes down Joker with the haymaker, and the bullet time cleans up too. Joker's going to be on the run, but this is a Caitlyn. The flash is used. The heal can be used for a little bit more movement speed, but we already saw that not work last time. Rare Candy, we've already seen this once before. Heartbreaker already invested, but Joker will still fall. That's 3 for absolutely nothing, and they lost the Drake this time. Dorado Gaming Gamma march it down the mid lane.
Let me tell you, if Baron was up, it wouldn't be. That's the sum of where we stand right now. I mean, Hasm went huge. Not just in that fight, but in this game. Hasm, in that fight, though, 100% carried it. Quite literally carried the fight to the enemy team and just about one-shot all of them on his own. Not just with the ultimate, but with the haymaker as well. Look at him. He's just standing there waiting for the perfect opportunity. There it is. Huge amounts of damage all across the board. That was 1,100 true damage. Keep in mind, I just got finished saying Joker only has 1,800 health.
It was, oh no, Banger that's just a dead Graves. And Hasm, that is very prescient of you. Hasm is absolutely rampaging through this game.
Yeah, he is currently over almost 3,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent in a game where there is a 7,000 gold difference. So he is half of the difference over top of his opponent in the overall. And I mean, quite frankly, what we're seeing out of Hasm is what we're used to seeing out of Harmonica, right? He's playing this big, tanky carry. Meanwhile, over on Harmonica God's side, he's playing an engage tool at best. That's what Maokai is in this game at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like coming into this game, Omega were very and Gamma, they are just taking the Baron. They have the map state for it. Banger is dead. This is 100% their Baron. But for Gamma, Hasm has been their star. Hasm has been, there again, the guy for them, as Joker kind of has been for the side of Omega. Like, you can rely on Hasm rocking the top lane. I think if you're Omega, you came into this being like, okay, well, we're just not gonna duel, we're just not gonna duel Hasm. We're gonna, every time we try to be aggressive in the top lane, we're going to make sure we send Banger up there, and that's gonna guarantee a kill, because Banger is a really, really good jungler, but it just hasn't worked. Hasm has proven unkillable, and they haven't been able to get advantage on the rest of the map where they were really trying to, because they spent so much time in the top lane trying to kill Hasm, and they still haven't done it. The guy's 4-0-6.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the problems when you invest so much into a lane and get so little out of it. It isn't just a sink on your side in terms of no gain. It's a lot of loss as well.
Hypnotic Druff is getting back to base, but is not back in time. Tom Kench is down, so the Devourer is not here to save either of these members. Joker falls. Hasm is below half health, and the grit stats are starting to fade. Blackbeard does use the Nature's Grasp. It only hits a couple, though, and it doesn't stick for long enough. The tenacity is too strong from Gamma. Zivantine is the one that picks up the kill onto the Maokai. Hypnotic Druff is trying to make something happen, and Banger is on the back line, shooting away. But again, the collateral damage is already used. Perfect execution isn't going to do enough, and Dorado gaming Gamma in 31 minutes. Take down game number 1.
Yeah, that went exactly the way they wanted it to. They picked up the early kills. They got a lot of early damage. The early map control didn't immediately go their way, but ultimately did go their way. I absolutely love the top lane death counter happening in chat right now after the analyst desk talked about that. Love to see somebody following up on it to go with the predictions that they said as well. I mean, we don't have a whole lot to talk about in this game. 27,000 damage out of set, by the way. Next highest in the game is 18,000 by Graves and 18 by Misfortune. So, it's not a big deal. They banned the Aatrox. Maybe we consider.
Oh my gosh. Hasn't even built the Sterix, basically bringing back the mathematically correct set. And also, again, chat, you can't see this right now, but if you look at Hasm's damage chart compared to the rest of the team, this looks almost like a 1v9. But we watched it. We know it wasn't. This was just Hasm making their mark on the Rift. And also, notably, had 420 gold a minute.
Incredible to note. Unfortunately, was 2 assists short. Only 6-0 and 7. Didn't quite make it. So he was halfway there. Halfway, maybe next game. Speaking of next game, I want to see a Nasus sometime in this series because it's dog v dog.
Of course,
if we don't, maybe I don't know. A Warwick would be fun too. Haven't seen one of those in years.
The infinite duress.
Things like that. I think it'd be fun. It's the same team. You guys win one way or the other. We get it. You're amazing. The whole organization is the best in the CCS. But come on, we know they're gonna have fun. This is the kind of fun I want to end up seeing, though.
Yep. Also, so that was, again, I just can't stress enough. With Rare Candy, such a phenomenal job in the early game, getting the bot lane ahead, putting pressure on to Dorado Gaming Omega. And Gamma, again, they just ran with it. Karnu did phenomenally to keep that carry potential up. But Hasm, Oshi, is the one that really closed it out there. And Omega just, it didn't really feel like they had the answer. They could, the one kill, the one time they almost killed Hasm was when Hypnotic Scruff was 1v1ing. And then it very clearly showed that when Blackbeard came in to follow up, that the second player also couldn't kill Hasm.
Yeah, I would say that was the second closest. The absolute closest was 7 minutes under tier 2 tower.
Right.
When 3 people went top lane and still didn't kill him.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it'd be very interesting to see if 1, the set gets left up, and 2, Hasm can do it again, because we said they like to play through him. Showed exactly why in game number 1. What are we going to get out of game 2?
yeah, we will have to see. Meanwhile, again, by the way, the Gamba vote has, the Gamba points, if you voted, are going out. Notably, I will report we continue my streak of losing every single time I vote for somebody. I voted for Omega. They lost. Naturally, I lost all of my points. It is what it is. Maybe that's just the ultimate caster curse. I'm going to keep it secret and reveal to you, chat, every time who I voted for and if they won or lost. But again, make sure you check that out before the game next time. But we will take a very brief break to get game number 2 set up to see if Gamma can take it up 2-0 or if Omega will tie up the series. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. And once again, welcome back to the CCS. My name is Thunder. That is Oshi. This is game number 2 between Dorado Gaming Gamma and Dorado Gaming Omega. Yes, you heard that right. That is the same org twice. They're just too good. But Gamma turned out to be the better in game number 1. Omega, since they lost, have chosen the red side yet again. If you're Gamma, they've had some really good drafts. They've had some really good prep. Oshi, it paid off in that first game. We're going to have to see Omega. Last time after game number 1, they started doing a little bit of trolling. They have not been given that grace in this game.
No, and from what I saw from other Dorado members in the chat, that's not going to be the case. There's apparently money on this game for some people. So keep your eyes peeled for some very serious stuff or possibly some very questionable throws, depending on who bet where and who's friends with whom. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
we
no.
wouldn't do that. All
Definitely
of the bands
not.
so far
Definitely
have
not.
been no, all the bands so far have been relatively the same. The misfortune does get taken out this time around, though. Set still sitting open. Naturally, they would love to be able to counterpick that this time instead of having to play the Maokai that they first picked into it. And
Right.
more notably, the teams are on the exact same sides. So Gamma does have first pick. Omega is going to be looking for that last counter pick. And I'm not shocked to see that be the first thing they choose.
Yep, it went really, really well for the side of Rare Candy, who even on a champion that can get really aggressive, can be a little bit of a carry, still filled a really good facilitator role. That's something that that's the role they've kind of been filling on Gamma super, super well so far. In Omega, they actually don't ban the Volibear in R5. They pick it up R1. A very good jungler. Tends to do decently into the Viego, if that's where they're putting it. Might put it in the top lane. It's still technically a top laner, but I think the jungle has been a little bit more profitable for it. But Gamma seems like they're running back. They have their first pick, and they're going to decide what they want to fill out the rest of the draft with once Omega gets their first couple.
Yeah, I think Gamma as a team, first picking their jungler is incredibly smart. It's it leaves a lot of counter pick play open, and we do see the Amumu coming through, which again, so that's probably jungler support, right? Technically a little bit of flex on both of them, but let's be honest with ourselves. We call for too much flex, and we're generally correct on our first predictions. And that is a Samira.
Whoa, that is a
Leona.
Samira Leona bot lane. They haven't locked it in. Okay, yes, they have now locked it in. Oshi. This is a scorching hot bot lane.
Yeah, if you want something that's going to be in all the time, that's the one to pick. I mean, Samira, incredibly short range, dang near melee range half the time. Literally has different attacks for melee, right? I don't remember. I have not seen a Samira in play for a very long time, so forgive me. I don't keep up with champions that aren't meta. But anyway.
Yeah, this is...
Okay, so picking up a 0 mobility champion into the Samira Leona pick is Joker saying, I don't care.
Yep. And notably, this is one of Joker's best champions, if not their best champion. If you want Joker to pop off and carry you, probably one of the best, if not the best hyper carry in the game. Jinx is the way to do that. And notably, Oshi, I will say, Samira Leona into Amumu specifically seems a little interesting. We are getting some more bans coming through. The Casio gets banned, the Aatrox gets banned again. I imagine we're probably going to see another one targeted up toward Hazem in the top lane. Maybe it's going to be that set, but Samira Leona picked, they chose it to go into the Amumu. So what's your read on that?
I think it's incredibly smart. Both Samira has a dash to be able to follow up the Leona engage. The Leona engage isn't minion dependent like the Amumu engage is, right? Amumu has to have a perfectly clear line of sight to you with absolutely no obstructions. Maybe a wall, you can go over that. But either way, so can Leona. But Leona can go to you over minions, which means she doesn't have to skill shot around anything. So if there's 2 waves, you've got Samira on one side and Amumu on the other, Leona can do whatever they want. Leona can just go right in on the Jinx, Samira can dash to follow up, and Amumu has to try and run around until he's got a clear line before he can hit a stun of any kind.
Right. So that is notable. We'll have to see how that support matchup goes. Again, that's going to be something to track very, very consistently in this. Honestly, I will say, supports, it's not that they took a back seat necessarily in the previous game. Hoshiumi was definitely going as engage heavy as you possibly can on the Tahm Kench, but it was definitely a little bit of the jungle top lane show. But Omega, they now pick up a much, I'm going to say it, a much better weak side top laner in the Ornn. Hold on.
Do it. There's no reason not to play this into the Ornn.
And there's the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, so I think this is incredible. I think the team that Gamma has drafted so far is phenomenal, and no matter what they rounded out with, one of the biggest picks that the most common picks that we've seen for Kush coming out. Great AOE damage, incredible engage, and quite frankly, Victor can mostly take care of themselves on that back line. Samir is going to be in the front line with the rest of your team anyways. So wonderful overall, but I think the investment in Joker is what we're seeing on the Omega side right here. Because as you said, Jinx is not just one of his favorite, but it's one of his best champions to play on. And you've got three hard lockdown champions, a fairly mobile assassin now as well.
Yeah.
But more importantly, the Ornn pickup gives you the upgraded items, which means if Gamma does decide that they're drawing this out, it's going to become more and more difficult. And if Omega can just hold even, they're actually going to be ahead. So very interested to see how the early game goes this time around. Does this Viego get the same kind of start, and can he continue to carry the team the same way? And more importantly, will this Mordekaiser die? Because a lot of the survival that we saw coming out on the side of Hazem was based around using the showstopper.
Right. And, Mordekaiser, less of an engaged top laner, more of a will go solo somebody. And I mean, soloing a Jinx, as long as she's not excited, not terrible. I don't know how well you're going to solo a Cassin once you start getting those upper levels. And Volibear and Ornn, I guess that can be kind of a toss-up. But we'll have to see. It's more of a removal of somebody instead of dunking them in. And that's going to kind of, going to leave it up to Karno to really clean it up on the backside. But I think for Omega, again, Oshi, this is your eggs in the Joker basket. Of course, Hypnotic Scruff, a phenomenal player. Actually, one of the slipperiest victors I think I've ever seen, and now on an even more difficult to catch champion. So I wouldn't be surprised if Scruff, starts to maybe take this game away themselves, or if things are going awry, keep Omega in it by just the tiniest thread. So that's something I want to keep an eye on, but I think if you are Gamma, it feels a little bit like the roles might be a little bit reversed from the last game. Oshi, you talked about it. Omega, they're opting more for the scaling. Gamma, they're trying to be a little bit more aggressive with that insurance policy and Kush in the mid lane.
Yeah, that is 100% what I was going to bring up. In that exact same regard, was the scaling has flipped in part for this game, really. I mean, Samira in the late game is disgusting as well. And that's one of the big things that we're going to have to watch out for in these fights, because obviously Gamma is looking to be the engaged team, right? They're looking to be the first in, but also the first on top of absolutely everybody over and over and over. Every single champion having some way in or another aside from Victor. Mordekaiser's way in is bringing you to him, but I guess it still counts, right? Meanwhile, Omega has a significant amount of lockdown. They can engage as well if they want to, but all of their engaged tools can also be used incredibly defensively. So they're, as we said, really going to be looking to fall around the Jinx. But the big thing is, if the Samira goes in with her team, right, and you just have this death ball and Jinx is on the outside, and Samira decides to throw up the "you don't get to shoot in here" wall, Jinx does nothing for 3 seconds.
Yep. And that's a lot more time than you might think in a team fight in League of Legends. So
I think I'm exaggerating with 3 seconds, but anyway, the concept stands.
Either way, you block maybe a super mega death rocket, you block a couple of regular rockets, you even block a few crit shots that might have happened to hit. That can change the course of a team fight. But while we are getting things locked in, Oshi, a great way to help you figure out what will change the course of a team fight in your own games, what picks you can use to help influence those team fights?
I think at some point in time, I'm not sure where it was probably this incredible League of Legends channel. I was watching Platinum players. They talked about a website that you could go to and you had a discount for it. Have you heard? It's ProComps?
I believe that is correct. Yes, ProComps, the first of its kind drafting tool. I think I heard this. I'm pretty sure it's for both solo queue and competitive play. It gives you live feedback, analysis on your drafts, you picks, notes on what to ban, matchup analysis, all sorts of stuff. But don't quote me on it. You should go check them out yourselves. You can use code CCS for 50% off at checkout at ProComps. The link is down below or in the chat. And of course, go check out Factor. We gave our spiel for them. Again, click the thing down below. Link will be in the chat. The code is, it's good food. It's easy food. If you're a gamer and you need to heat up food instantly, you got like 2 minutes for Factor to give you awesome, healthy meals. So use that one too. The code is weird. It's in the chat. Just go look at it. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the classic Dorado series, where we have Dorado Gaming Gamma versus Dorado Gaming Omega. Gamma took down game number 1 in the CCS Grand Finals. I guess technically CDS is what I called it, but hey, it's DVD Oshi. We are on the Blu-ray screen. Like this is what we want. I also stole that from you completely, by the way.
1,000%.
I shamelessly stole that from him.
1,000. I literally put it in a tweet already as well. Wow.
Hey,
Holy cow.
I'm. What can I say? It was good. You know,
it was good.
You had all of game 1 to use it. You had all of game 1. You had all of our, just
exactly. Unfortunately, the way that the first game went for Omega, they aren't even going straight to DVD. This is a TV special only. If you want to watch it again, you got to pull the VCR out because goodness, did Gamma absolutely run that game.
Yeah, there were a couple of moments where Omega, they had some team fights where they got, they were 1 kill up. They got a couple of dragons, but Gamma, they were certainly running the show, and Kush wants to leave, wants to continue where they left off. Now, notably, junglers are starting on the same side of the map, but Rare Candy is getting a little bit of a leash from Hazem, who just dominated that last game, went on a rampage, which again was rather fitting. Sometimes we see that, and oh yeah, it's an ADC vacuuming up some kills. No, Hazem was obliterating, was doing their whole thing.
Now
that's what it is when there's like 200. When there's like 200 health on, your enemy, whatever, like your enemy tank or enemy TK, and you just, shoot him in the face with a crit with your 4 items that you got fed from getting 3.5 turrets with 10 plates. Yeah, that's vacuuming.
Okay, but can we get a Jinx Ghostbuster skin now, where she's got a vacuum? Like, wouldn't that be great? Speaking of Jinx.
Now, speaking of busting somebody, Zivantine, the flash comes through from Joker, and first blood, Joker already getting bloodthirsty in this game.
That is the early level 2 advantage that came through right there. A quick push for Joker and Hoshiumi getting the level up. And then I said, Amumu has to get that clear shot to you through the minions, and Hoshiumi is going to be the man who does it. Absolutely lined it up, knocked him down with both, and now we've got Banger in the mid lane already.
We do see Kush with the gravity while stunning Hypnotic Scruff, but it just doesn't matter. Scruff now picking up the kill. The 2 carries for the side of Omega. They are already ahead in the lane. They have the kills. They have the gold. They're going to be a little bit ahead in CS as they go to get their first bags. Hazem is pretty low against the Orin here. I'd be very shocked if we got 3 kills, 1 in each lane, but it's looking like it might happen.
Respecting the minions.
Hazem is still walking forward, and you said it, Blackbeard starts to back up. Hazem is playing so aggressively.
I have so much respect for Harmonica God and the way that he played that right there, because every single person, including you and I sitting here watching it, were bloodthirsty. We saw that health bar drop to under 200 and said, go, 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 go. But there was so many minions up there, and you're only level 3, level 4. They will destroy you.
Yeah. We're good, Oshi. We're good. We're back to top laners just bonking each other.
Now it's normal again. The waves are fine, and both of them are low health, and it's not a big deal anymore. The advantage now actually goes to Hazem because he does not have to worry about mana. So now you have Blackbeard, a.k.a. Harmonica God, a.k.a. Please Stop Doing This, players, because we just want to remember your name, has very little mana and is not able to use his abilities to push the same or harass the same. So it's going to get slightly more difficult until the first recall.
Okay, well, actually, we're seeing action on both sides of the map. We do see the bandage toss into the flame choppers come through. The exhaust hits onto Carino, but Banger is the one taking a ton of damage. Falls to the Viego. The reset comes through. Hoshiumi is on the run. We're seeing some Alcove Gaming. Has to go away from the Sky Splitter, but will still end up falling. Another bandage toss only delays the inevitable. Uses, okay, yep, finally falls. I used something there to just speed up a little bit faster, and I was surprised nobody got the kill sooner, but hey, it happens, and Joker got some more CS before backing.
Can we get a team called Alcove Gaming? Because that sounds amazing. That's such a cool name.
I know, right?
Yeah, great call on that. Yeah, huge. But we do see kills going back over in that bot lane over to Carino. Carino? I forgot already. Carino, I believe, is what we were told it was.
No,
I'm
it's no.
so
We
sorry.
know it's no.
We know it's no. We just don't remember if it's car or care, so we care about your cars.
I think it's Kari, like, Space Ghost, Kari, Kion, Kari, no.
You're saying Carino? Is it okay, I'm so sorry, chat. I don't know if it's Carino or Carino
It's
or
Kari, no.
Kari,
no.
This is
Kari,
the
no.
rest of the game.
Oshi, I was messing with you.
Carino.
I did actually remember it. I was just seeing how long you would go. It is Kari, no.
Dude, you know I have ADHD. That's not cool.
Sorry.
Oh my. Wow. Speaking of mental booms, we've got the Ornhorn in this top lane and can't recast it. That is going into the death realm.
Death Realm, and Hazem, this should just be a dead Ornn if it lasts long enough. Joker's taking a ton of damage from Zivantine, and it's support versus ADC, and both of the supports are winning the 1v1. The shutdown goes over to Karino, though, and Hoshiumi is on the run. Looks like it's only going to be the single kill, and all of a sudden, Gamma, the gold lead has gone back in their favor. They have 1,000 up on their counterparts.
Yeah, and, I mean, ouch. Right? That is not the way you want fights to go, especially when your support is 100% full health. But as was mentioned previously, that is what happens in this lane. This is a level 6 Victor, by the way, that they're trying to get in on.
Yeah,
and they're going to have to walk away as Rare Candy shows up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if half health. You do not want to take that fight in the mid lane. This is still only a level 6 cast and does not have those iconic quick cast resets yet. Now, the Dragon is up on the bottom side of the map. Joker is currently alone in the bottom lane, but Hoshiumi is making their way down. Looks like Karino and Zivantine will be backing, and we're going to have to see who wants to take this first Drake.
Yeah, would not be too surprised to see it going in the way of Gamma once again. I mean, this is not a good place to be if you are Harmonica God right now, suffering under the wrath that is Mordekaiser. I mean, it's frustrating on a good day. It's worse when you're already down and lane is not in your favor. So he's definitely going to have to play this patiently. We have the Viego rocking out in the recall and just kind of hanging a little longer than he originally wanted to. Not level 6 yet, so no ultimate there. Still well ahead of his counterpart.
Yeah, Blackbeard was able to craft up a Bomby Cinder to match Hazem's Leeching Leer, but that has only, just come online recently. Managed to dodge the grass, but that item advantage did definitely help. It's only a 7 CS lead, Ornn, notoriously good at being able to clear waves even when pressured and underneath the turret, but Hazem, with the current gold advantage, is feeling pretty strong in this matchup. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, both mid laners do have the Lost Chapter. Notably, Scruff is the one with the boots on. Kush has not been able to quite get that much gold, and Joker is already being donated a Gromp. So again, if it was not already very clearly a feed Joker comp, it is 8 minutes in, and he is taking his jungler's camps.
Yeah, and as his jungler is on his way down as well. But you know what? It's totally okay to clear that out when you did, because as you pointed out not too long ago, Drake is up, and that is 100% where we are seeing Banger head to, while once again in this top lane, we are just watching big mountains slap each other around, because that's what the auto camera wants everyone to see, because they do it so constantly. Instead of Drake going down, though, everybody runs away. He's now picking up his blue buff.
Right.
And red buff is actually up for Rare Candy, but he's going down into this bot lane. They want to kill.
Yeah. Who needs red buffs when you can get kills? Joker already had to flash away. Heartbreaker is active as well as the stun. Hoshiumi is on the backside of the fight, but Samira takes it down. Inferno Trigger absolutely pops the sad mummy. Unfortunately, nothing else comes of it, but with the support down, that should mean the dragon for the side of Gamma.
Yeah, that is the kill that they wanted to pick up. That is a lot of CC and a significant amount of engage that is down. I say a lot of CC. Hoshiumi actually isn't level 6 yet, so it's an okay amount of CC. I don't know if my client is bugged or not. Okay, never mind. I was looking at 17. He had hit level 6, and the Solar Flare wasn't up, nor was it on cooldown, but he just hadn't scaled it yet. So I was very, very scared that maybe he missed and scaled an extra point somewhere else. Banger wants a kill down.
Yep, the smite into the stun comes through. Zivantine will just fall after using the Solar Flare, so that ends up being a trade support for support, but all said and done, at the end of the day, the dragon does go over, and getting caught in the shop is Carino. Managed to dash away, still has the Inferno trigger. Does his jungler want to come help him? No, Rare Candy just wants to keep clearing chickens.
Yeah, I think at that point in time, you have to assume that is not Banger running in alone, and there will be other people there. Oh, speaking of other people there, Aram is in the mid lane.
Rare Candy decides they want to go in now, and I am getting flashbacks to last week. Rare Candy continuing to try to go forward, forces Hoshiumi's flash, has him, went through the mid lane to come on down, and Banger and Hoshiumi have to walk away. Joker is just barely going to be able to get a plate before they have to back away for their troubles. It's 5-5 on the kills, and is a 600 gold lead for the side of Gamma.
Yeah, what you thought was flashbacks for Rare Candy was flash forwards for Hoshiumi, having to get out of there as this massive Mordekaiser showed up into the mid lane and then made his way down towards the red buff, now taunting Hypnotic Scruff. As we mentioned, all these players know each other quite well, so it's not really absurd to see a little bit of BM show up here and there between the two of them. But you know what? In this game, I respect it a lot more because we are only 600-700 gold apart between these two teams. Meanwhile, at this point, we're probably about 3K on this game.
Yes, it was very, very aggressively in the favor of Gamma. And Blackbeard is really putting the pressure onto Rare Candy here, but Hasm has arrived. Blackbeard gets put into the Death Realm, is very, very low. So that will be a kill on the Ornn. The bonk misses, but that doesn't really matter in the end of things. Hasm will be in the middle of two others as he comes out of the Death Realm and does get exhausted. Hoshiumi trying to keep up and lock down the Mordekaiser, but it just doesn't happen as Hasm flashes over the wall. One kill goes through. It is the Ornn, and the Rift Herald stays alive for now.
Yeah, Harmonica God definitely having a bit of a hard day overall. It wasn't just last game, and it's looking like it could just be this game, maybe more as well. Missing the knockup on the charge right there. It was a huge opportunity to pick up something on Rare Candy right there to shut him down from the, strolling around that he's doing, almost 20 CS up his counterpart, taking everything he cares to go towards, but he actually thread the needle between both what he put up himself and the regular Rift wall. So very unfortunate to see on that in that regard, but it works out when you're Gamma. You'll take everything that you can get in this sister fight.
Yeah. Now, notably, we are seeing some mythic items get completed. The Rift Maker for Hasm has been finished, and the shield, the Immortal Shield, though, in fact, for Karino, completed as well. Joker has completed the Kraken Slayer on the other side of things. No other first items are done yet. That said, in the mid lane, Hypnotic Scruff has about a 2-wave lead over... Oh, hold on. That might not... Okay, well, hold on. It might just not matter. The Solar Flare into the Inferno trigger. Joker is running away. The Ignite is on to him. Is not excited yet. Is pumping out a ton of damage. Has the rockets. Karino needs to be careful, but does not need to be that careful. A double kill going over to the Gamma bot lane. Hypnotic Scruff is here. This is a level 10 cast and not quite level 11, so kill threat again is not all the way there, and Zivantine has some good disengage, so Scruff will just clear away the ward and back away, unable to help his already dead teammates.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Karino and 17 want in this bot lane, right? They want opportunities where they can just hard engage right on top of Joker and completely shut him down. Joker, for some reason, not running cleanse into the Leona matchup, opted for the Ghost. I understand that it could be beneficial later on, when you're trying to deal with the Mordekaiser and move around, but quite frankly, that it's not helping you in lane. And that's what matters.
Hold on. Yeah, and it's not really going to help him in the game if you keep dying, but Rare Candy doesn't get the reset. Banger takes down the kill on the opposing jungler with a little bit of help from Hoshiumi. Has him survived before, but doesn't have the flash. Blackbeard, with just a charge, should be able to make this happen. Has him goes underneath the turret, and Hypnotic Scruff is starting to take a couple of turret shots. One more might do it. No, not quite. Finally, Hasm falls. First death out of both of these games.
First death, and what does he particularly care? Because, okay, he's still 2-1-0. I mean, across both these games, he has such an incredible score line, and they look, as a result, they're going to lose bot tower, and they almost lost mid tower as well. Drake pressure is going to go over into the hands of Gamma just for that one kill on the one person that they had not been able to kill thus far. It's absolutely insane how good this man is at surviving.
Yeah, it took every single member of the team except for Joker, who was cowering underneath the turret in the mid lane. Now, notably, Hypnotic Scruff did just hit level 11 there. It picked up has a second kill under their belt, has the Ludens as well, so Cassin is coming online. But yeah, got a couple of plates in the mid lane, got that tier 1. The Rift Herald is dropped in the mid lane as well. We already saw this play before. Again, this is going to be Dragon number 2. It is a Mountain Drake for the side of Gamma. And it looks like Omega, they do want to fight this. Kasten does have a pretty good flank. Hasm does not have the Death Realm up yet. We see Hoshiumi go in. Curse of the Sad Mummy not invested yet. Solar Flare is used. Zivantine is on the back line, but the rest of the fight is happening on the bottom side of the river. Hoshiumi is the first one to fall as Zivantine goes down just a moment later. The Kasten is getting on out of there, is trying to stay away. Karnu is still very much alive, but the shutdown goes over to Joker, who falls on the backside to Rare Candy. The resets are coming in now, and Hazem has taken down Banger. That is a 5 kill for 2. The bottom lane for Gamma, the only ones falling, and they pick up the Drake.
What a chaotic fight. I mean, quite frankly, like, I don't even know where to begin in everything that we just saw right there. Right? It was a very good engage initially coming in. The Drake was okay, but it looks like there's some miscommunication on the side of Omega. Watch Hoshiumi. He gets a good bandage toss in and then goes towards the Drake. He doesn't pop Curse of the Sad Mummy. He could have hit 3 or 4 there. Joker flashing away from the Solar Flare alone, and they still don't pick up that kill. I mean, Hypnotic Scruff did a ton in that backline, did so much damage, but nobody could follow up. And then you're walking into a Victor. You're walking into a Mordekaiser. It's absolute devastation once they get down into that brush, and that's where everything turns around. It was a decent fight for Omega originally, but I mean, if you're just going to completely leave Karno alive, and you're just going to completely leave Kush untouched, the fight's not going to go the way you want it to.
Yeah, it was, you know, there was almost a chance for Scruff to clean up on the backside there, but Zivantine was just running so much interference that it was impossible for the rest of Omega to really follow up. We have objectives bounties now up for Omega. They are down 4,500 gold, and notably the game, you know, we're at 16, 17 minutes. It's not been too accelerated, but that fight there really just put Hazem, especially as Karno, just on a much faster pace. Next, you know, we do have a Rift Herald spawning, I believe, in just a couple of minutes. Actually, I think it's not going to spawn before Herald, or before the Baron comes up, so looks like we're only getting the one Herald. Oop.
Just barely. It spawned about 40 seconds before Baron, so...
Yeah, we'll see if either team really wants to go for it, but it'll definitely be close. Now, all of that being said, once again, items are completed for everybody on the side of Gamma. Notably, Blackbeard, okay, just completed the Sunfire Aegis, so it has just gotten completed, but Karno has 2 items already. Joker is getting close to their second one, but this Samira is getting scarier and scarier. We already saw them clean up the previous fight. There is they're absolutely going to be able to do it again.
And the horrifying thing about Samira is she wants you on top of her.
Yep.
Right? She wants to be in the middle of absolutely everything, pop all of those abilities, and just get the style for your ultimate and clean house with insane AoE. And quite frankly, the damage that's going to come through just with these items alone. Oh no.
Yep.
Kush, is it your turn?
Oh, yep, it's Kush. It's Kush's turn to fall. Can't even do anything. Didn't even have the flash. Side laning Victor against the comp with hard CC doesn't really ever go well. But hey, you know what? That's the Amumu are down.
Yep, that's what you have to take away from that. You guys don't have chat open, so you don't see it, but it was immediately pinged as soon as Kush died. It was, all right, well, you used Curse of the Sad Mummy, so start the cooldown timer on that. This looks like it's probably going to be mid lane tower going down, though I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to dive Joker at the same time.
Yeah, they are thinking about it. Banger has used the ultimate to survive, and the first kill goes over to Karno. Hoshiumi is getting bonked down by the Mordekaiser, and the support goes down as well, and Karno is on the back line. The Inferno trigger popping off. Blackbeard falls underneath the turret to Hazem with the TP and the flash in, taking turret shots like it's nobody's business. Gamma with the swift response, killing 4.
Harino's response, his reaction time was insane. Swiped out the Ornhorn before the recast could come through, saved so much CC, and then got immediately onto the backline and ulting Joker alone to just wipe out all of the damage that comes from this Omega team. And hey, guess what? Rift Herald is up. It is going down right now, and then they are 30 seconds from Baron and a minute from the next Drake, which is going to be infernal, by the way.
Yeah, and I will say this is going to be one of those rare situations where if Rare Candy wants to hold on to this... Wait, Scruff was taking a blue buff. Scruff was... Okay, while the rest of his team was dying on the other side of the map, Scruff was busy clearing the top wave and did not come to join the fight. I actually don't think the TP was up. So Scruff, again, trying to do some alcove gaming, has to ult away again. The CC misses from Zivantine. The Solar Flare even used. Rare Candy going underneath the turret, and Hypnotic Scruff does finally fall, but now Kush is in a little bit of a pickle on the other side of the map. Hoshiumi goes in, another Curse of the Sad Mummy used. Victor is going to go down, and Banger tries to save him, but both the mid laners fall for not a lot else on the other sides of the map. Notably, the tier 1 turret in the top lane still stands for the side of Dorado Gaming Omega.
Yeah, and 2 very important flashes got used there as well, one on each side. Rare Candy popping theirs and Joker popping his. So definitely, oh, sorry, Banger also flashed in that moment. Oh no, Joker.
Okay, this is going to be a dead Joker, but Hasm is going to be quite low in time for the dragon to spawn. It's going to be 4v4 for the fight as Hypnotic Scruff will respawn, but it looks like Dorado Gaming Omega, they want to just give it over. They don't think they want the fight. Joker is their most fed member, has the 2 completed items along with the Phantom Dance, which are now getting completed, and Dorado Gaming Gamma, they go up to Soul Point.
Yeah, it's, you know, when you trade out the way that you do, it wasn't bad until Joker went down, and as I said before, that's your damage source, right? So no Joker, no objective. That's the way that they have to play at this point in time. And that's part of why I was very shocked to see the Jinx pick. I'm going to go back to that for a second because this is, again, a 0 mobility champion. I understand, incredible hyper carry, Joker loves them, but you picked it into everything, right?
Yeah.
You picked it into Leona Samira, who you know want to be right on top of you all the time, and then you don't take a cleanse to get yourself out of it. Again, knowing that even Mordekaiser is on the other team, you don't take cleanse. I mean, that's an ego move, if anything.
Right. And, you know, there's no Mordekaiser tags yet. We've seen a lot of these Death Realms come through. They have been very, very effective. Hasm has gotten a kill, I think, every time we have seen it used on screen. So no QSS yet. And as you said, there's no cleanse on the side of Joker to try to keep themselves out of it. And Hasm has been really on point with these Death Realms. It's not like Scruff has been taken in there with them. I mean, you know, I think Hoshiumi might have been taken in there once, but that was just because there wasn't really much better targets. I think it might have been a bit of a misclick, but, you know, Hasm has taken the people that he can take out, and it's been proven very, very effective every single time. And Gamma are continuing to just snowball through this game, and Hasm on the bottom side of the map once again uses the Death Realm. Black Raiders trying to run away, approaches the edge of the wall. Maybe if the Ornn can survive for just long enough, does still have the Horn, but Hasm burns him down. The top lane tier 1, we have a tower defense game happening. It's 4v4 up here. Hasm has the TP coming up in just a moment. Solar Flare comes through with the stun, lands onto Joker. That's a lot of the damage, but the Jinx is going to be free firing onto Zivantine. It just doesn't matter though. Hoshiumi with the engage doesn't do enough as Hasm TPs up to the top of the fight, swing the numbers in their favor. It is now 5v3 up here. The tier 1 falls, and it looks like Dorado Gaming Gamma want to turn towards the Baron.
Yeah, it's one of the major differences you see in terms of engaged supports against the Leona is Hoshiumi dives in, 17 dives in. 17 isn't going to die, though. That's one of the major differences there, right? Is the W just reduces so much damage that Leona is going to live for so long. And yeah, Hoshiumi also provides a significant amount of CC, particularly AoE CC. But I mean, all Leona has to do is Zenith Blade and Solar Flare the Jinx, and the entire team turns around. And then your entire team has the time of their life walking forward and dealing damage. That is all Gamma has had to do every fight so far, and it has gone wonderfully for them.
Yep.
There's the QSS, by the way.
Hey, you know what? He finally locked it down. It's going to give him one more lease on a life, or, you know, multiple leases on life, but it's going to give him an extra lease on life when he decides to use it. But this is 5 members wearing a purple for the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma. They are pushing down the mid lane. They are keeping it pretty steady here. I will say, you know, for Dorado Gaming Omega, we haven't really seen any of those just go in plays, those try to get the kills, the bloodthirsty kills that we saw before. In Dorado Gaming Gamma, they are sticking with their methodical play. This is a game that I think inevitably will always go in their favor with just how they are used to playing.
Yeah, it's I mean, Omega has to have some kind of insane adjustment come through at this point in time because, yeah, you can lean on Joker. That's definitely a thing that you can do, but this is not working. Right? The way that they are going about leaning on Joker thus far is not working. You have to shut Hazem down. Full stop. There's no two ways about it. He is 8-1-1 this game. It's not okay that he is being left to just wreak havoc, not only in the top lane, but throughout the rest of the map afterwards as well.
Yeah, it feels like they're almost making it look too easy. Scruff has to use the ultimate to get on out of there. Cooldown is rather low. This isn't level 16 cast and quite yet, but it is still very, very slippery. Is locked in the middle with quite a few of them, but Carno just goes on a killing spree. I'm gonna get that. I was so close to saying that name wrong, Oshi, and I got it right this time. But Dorado Gaming Gamma, they take down the mid laner. Unfortunately for them, there's no neutral objectives to take. There's just lanes to push.
Yeah, but you know what? That's when you kind of take a look at the game state and you go, oh, we're doing okay, I guess, because they have taken every objective, all of them. Every neutral objective this game they have picked up. Yeah, they've lost 2 towers, which, okay, I mean, it's not a perfect game, so be it. But you're playing incredibly well. And again, the biggest thing to note is what we said at the very beginning. They are playing as a team. They are rotating together. They are clearing wards together. They engage and disengage together. Every single piece of the gameplay coming out of Gamma has been as 5.
The Solar Flare comes in. That is onto Hoshiumi, the support. We see the Curse of the Sad Mummy come in, but it only hits onto Zivantine, and it's only the edge of it. The support is down along with the massive amounts of CC and engage that they need. Infernal Dragon is up. Infernal Soul is there if Gamma want the option of taking it. Again, they do still have Baron for just a little bit longer. It'll be timing out shortly, but they have taken two tier 2 turrets. The top lane is still standing. Baron buff falls off now. Scruff gets bonked over the head by Hazem, and Zivantine and Kush are pushing, along with Karnu, are pushing in the top or the bottom side of the map. In the meantime, Rare Candy is taking the dragon. This will be, we got a little bit of a pause. The reports are that Karno is lagging.
Yeah, quite frankly, we've seen Joker have instances of lag as well. So I honestly immediately thought, as soon as I saw ADC lag, I was like, oh, I guess Joker's internet's a little weird again. But no, this time it is actually Carino. I'm just screwing with you, chat. I'm sorry. I know you guys are so peeved at us with the name mistakes, but it's so fun. It's so fun.
We gotta have a little fun.
It's so fun.
Well, look, just like Dorado likes to do a little trolling, we like to do a little trolling. We can't be called League of Dorado if the casters aren't allowed to do a little trolling, you know?
Yeah, well, especially, I mean, we're literally in a Dorado v Dorado game. The org wins. That's all it comes down to, right? But no, so far, everything that Gamma has been doing, sorry, I'm Canadian, that's why I say Gamma. Everything that they have been doing is correct. They have played every single moment of this. Well, we're back in. We're going to get the little pause like we always do.
The stutter step.
Yeah, the little 2-step.
And keep talking, Oshi. Keep talking. Pretend nothing's happening. Just keep going.
Gamma has been playing phenomenally, and they just need to keep doing what they do. We may actually have our first series not go to Game 5 in, I think, 4 weeks, 5 weeks now that we've been looking at, which would be incredible. And unbelievable, and quite frankly, unpredicted. I believe all of our analysts had 3-2 in one direction or the other. Several of them didn't even want to pick a team for who would win.
Yeah, Zola even was pretty uncertain of who would win, and we talked a little bit about Omega probably being the favorites. I think they're definitely the more talked about team, overall, but Gamma have just been performing so well, especially in playoffs, and we are seeing, how well they have leveled up coming into this series. So again, that is now Infernal Soul for the side of Gamma. They have gotten literally every neutral objective, unless you count like jungle camps, in which case they've still stolen like 2 red buffs and a blue buff. So, like if you look at Omega's jungle, it's not their jungle. Like, the ward line is very nearly just to their base. They can't even exit their own walls.
What baffles me is now only 1 ward that was actually in the red side jungle. The blue side bot jungle for red team, rather. It was just like, what are those doing there? How did they get there? When were they even near there? But
there's still one in Tribrush.
Yep. It's still there. It is what it is. I'm going to click away for a second because we're not seeing anything interesting. Is that a pink ward? No, it is actually a Scryers. That's why it's still there. So that will stay there until it gets found and killed, which is wonderful news for them if they ever get to a point where they push down bot lane again.
Hey, maybe it's Elder. Maybe it's the Elder fighting 4.5 minutes if they can survive that long. The previous game ended in 31.5, and Hazem is taking control of, again, his jungle. That's Hazem's jungle now.
Yeah, Hazem gets to take all of red side jungle. It's his. He has killed all of red team on his own at this point. So he just takes whatever he wants. It's wonderful for them. It's great for Dorado Gaming.
Okay, all right, Oshi. What's not great for Dorado Gaming, specifically the Omega kind, is that Blackbeard up here is about to get 5-man gank, really. The TP is coming through. If there's a little bit of hard CC to get him out of it, yeah, that was never going to happen. The Flash invested as well. I mean, you know what? You spend the summoners, you might as well. It didn't work out too well. That's Baron in 20. He was doing everything he could to survive. Notably, that might be a turret for the side of Dorado Gaming Omega, but we're seeing the TP come through. Gamma, they want to get the collapse. Again, we're seeing a little stuttering here and there, but again, that is only the leftovers from the pause. We shouldn't get anything too crazy, but the TP from Kush pushes Omega off of the turret. The Baron has spawned, and Gamma is going to maintain their 100% neutral objective control this game.
I'm absolutely terrified looking down this scoreboard right now. I mean, 8-1, 4-1, 3-3, 9-2. Horrifying score lines if you're on the side of Omega. Just barely missed a steal with that the Omega Death or the Omega Death Rocket. Yeah, I'm gonna stand by that. I said what I said. It's the Omega Death Rocket. What of it? That is the second time that almost stole it. With that ultimate, but you don't get it. But it's not too long of a cooldown, so be it. And quite frankly, Joker, you're doing damage, but you're the only one on your team for the most part. So. Yeah. You gotta
do something else. Hypnotic Scruff with the Caston does have the Seraph's Embrace. Does not have enough for the Rabadons yet, but is level 16. Has the Flash as well. Can maybe get a TP flank if needed. But Gamma, they are just going in on the inhibs. They have the Baron buff. They have a cannon that is hitting from a screen and a half away. That is, I think that's the longest range I've ever seen on a cannon minion ever. But they get both. They get 2 inhibitors. They manage to just, they clear the rest of the wave out, and they continue to go down to the bottom side. Hypnotic Scruff has actually managed to get back into their jungle. They've cleared it out for the side of Omega. So there's a ton of red wards in there now. They clear it pretty much entirely of Gamma Vision, but Gamma, they're just pushing forward. Again, there's a big flank from Hypnotic Scruff here. If you can make this work, if you can land onto somebody important, it might just happen, but instead gets pinged out. It's taking the safe way back into their base. Gamma, they are sticking around for a while, but they're not really making anything happen, and there is still some stuff to take on the map, so they need to be careful that they don't overextend. It looks like they want to go for the win here. They are really thinking about it, Oshi.
Yeah, they're slow rolling the minions in. They were waiting for the super minions to come in after the inhibitors died. They had to wait 2 waves for them to get all the way down the lanes. This looks like it's going to be the top tower going down to the Samira.
Yeah, wow. Hoshiyumi has to go gold, and we see the Oran Horn come through. It does manage to knock up 2. That is Zivantine, but the Zenith Blade hits onto Hypnotic Scruff, who has to flash away. Hoshiyumi's flash has been used as well. Joker is stunned up. In the meantime, Hazem is in the middle of 3. He's taking a ton of damage and has to go golden, keep themselves alive. We see Banger go golden as well, and Kush has taken down the Caston. Big source of damage is gone, and Carino goes on a rampage, takes down 4. Joker's the only one left standing, the last hope, the last man alive. Banger has left the game, as you can see, has decided to just say, all right, that's it, no faith in the ADC, and Gamma take it 2-0.
Karina is the 8. Karina. I said what I said. Karina, I'm sorry.
Okay, that one was an accident. That was for sure an accident.
An accident. That's Karina. My goodness. That's about the worst thing I could have said right there. What I really wanted to say is that they are the ADC to be investing in at this point in time. Played the Samira flawlessly. Joker, again, sitting at 21,000 damage, but Hazem at 22,000 damage, just that one step above. And then again, 19,500 damage on the Samira, 11 kills. I just cannot handle this Gamma team, and neither can Omega. They need to do something strange. Right. Honestly, I can't believe I'm saying that in this league, that I need to see something strange. It's just playing a standard comp, playing 5v5s is not working for Omega.
Right.
They're not getting beaten in straight 1v1s per se. They're just losing in the 5v5 scenario. They are not as good of a team in the coordination aspect.
Yeah, Gamma have been like when you look at, oftentimes like when you're looking at, outright skill, individual skill, that's something that you can see if there's a massive skill gap, right? But even if you're just a little bit worse of a player, if your team overall has better coordination, has that better macro play, takes every single neutral objective without so much as a fight. Like, I don't think there was actually one good fight that Omega was able to put up around a single dragon, a single herald, a single baron, that Gamma didn't just say, no, we've already warded everything. We already have all the vision we possibly need, and we know where all of you are. It felt like they just had complete control of the map. I don't know. I was going to say check them PC. They might have God vision, but no, they're just that good.
No, they just have gods. That's it, right? They have Hazem on their side, and he is going God mode every single game so far. He has been untouchable in the top lane. A single death across both games so far. Most damage both games so far. Not even a contest in either regard. The only critique I can give him, and I am grasping at the tiniest of straws, is that he had a ward score of 10, which is the lowest in the game.
Yeah.
But I mean, literal, he doesn't need to see you because the rest of his team is either with him or have all the wards that he could possibly ask for.
Exactly. The team knows who's supposed to do the winning and who is supposed to just give them the platform to do so. But again, this is a best of 5. We're not done yet. Reminder, this is grand finals. Whoever wins this is the CCS Summer Split champion. Dorado Gaming Omega, they've had 5-game series, but they have not had to do the reverse sweeping themselves. It's going to be a tall task for them to see if they can take down Gamma. Don't go anywhere as we get ready for game number 3.
This city never sleeps, chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you alive. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure. Charged up, my fuse igniting a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky. Gonna make the earth shake, 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage bursts through the black of my eyes. Put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, letting go until the dawn. The darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Oshi, I don't think anybody thought that we would be here this quickly. It's not even 10 p.m. yet, and we're already at a game 3, and it's an elimination game. Dorado Gaming Omega, they are on the back foot. They have chosen blue side. Gamma, they have the momentum. Can Omega pick it up?
They absolutely have to. Something significant has to change here. And I hate to say these things, but there are two people we need to be looking at. We have to be looking at Harmonica God. He needs to step up. Even if he doesn't win lane, he needs to not lose it as hard and needs to scale up with his opponent. And then we have to look at Banger. He has to be able to keep up with the pace that is being put in front of him by Rare Candy. Looks like these are things that they are concerned about as well. Camille Viego Samira, amazingly banned there. The Tristana and the Wukong gone. They're kind of saying, go ahead, Gamma, ban the Misfortune.
Yep. Who knows? Gamma might have their own response prepared, something interesting. And yeah, Gamma, they're hovering over the GP. That is something that, Harmonica God or Scruff could play. Again, Blackbeard or Scruff could play. But Omega, the Misfortune isn't banned. It's first picked. It's the most powerful pick on the patch. I mean, you might as well. And Gamma, their response is the Ezreal. Vicarino, one of their more played picks in the CCS this split.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, okay. Yeah, I like the Volibear pick for sure. Volibear, one of the champions who can survive Misfortune's ultimate for one, but can also get in with a good stun as well to stop the channel. So not too bad of a pick. I mean, we saw just how good Volibear was. I mean, there was some phenomenal ganks in the hands of Banger in the last game. Did a decent amount of damage, showed the strength of the CC. Love the Nautilus pickup to go with the Misfortune, though.
Yep, it's great lockdown CC. Even if Ezreal tries to dash as far away as he wants to, that depth charge will still track you and lock you down. Rare Candy might have a little bit more difficult time chasing, getting out of there, but it's a Volibear. You don't really care about that. We'll have to see what they want this third pick to be. Seeing these drafts round out now, we're already in very different territory than we were just by nature of it swapping sides, and that is the Kindred that was banned. We've seen 2 bans against it, and now finally Banger, aka Stunna, gets to pick it up.
This is one of the things that I said we needed to see, right? We needed to see a change out of Stunna. Stunna is not a tank-based jungler. He does not build to CC the other team, unless it also happens to do a ton of damage, such as the Monkey King. So seeing him go over onto essentially a hyper carry-esque jungler is wonderful. The Leona Ezreal, not an uncommon duo in the bot lane. We've seen them played a ton outside of this league, but very common altogether. A good amount of CC because Leona doesn't have to engage, right? She's a wonderful counter engage as well. And as we saw, very difficult to kill. So it's going to work out quite well. It's comfortable. It's something you just played as well. And you have a lot of ways to interrupt Misfortune.
Yep. And the Leona looked so good for 17. It was, just pretty consistent, very consistent on the solar flares, I should say. Those they were just chucking Zenith blades left and right, and eventually a lot of them hit, and it worked well. And Leona into Nautilus, I mean, you don't exactly want to pull in a Leona with a Shield of Daybreak into the middle of your team. It never goes well. Now, oh my god, they are still banning out Hasm as much as they can, while also recognizing that they need to pay the rest of the team respect. I think at the start of the day, they played through scrims. They kind of know what the team is. It looked like that they were, it was Hasm or bust for Gamma. But I mean, Gamma has shown, yeah, sure, Hasm's going to stomp you no matter what, but the rest of the team is still very scary. Gamma, they're taking away more champions from Hypnotic Scruff. We'll have to see what Omega wants to ban away. Again, Hasm hasn't picked up their champ, but Gamma, they're on red side. They can just give Hasm whatever counter pick they want.
I mean, you said it's Hasm or bust, but we have seen Hasm bust both games so far, wide open at that. Not what you were thinking. And it's going to be very interesting to see who they put him on this time
Oshi,
around.
My mind is not the one in the gutter. That is all you. Looks like they're picking up the set again. I'm a big fan of it. They're saving counter pick for Kush. It's probably going to be Azir. It was Veigar. It was Victor. I wouldn't be surprised to see these here, but Oshi, I'm not letting you. No, that's all on you, my friend. And Chad, that's on you too. I wasn't thinking it. I knew what you were saying, and I thought it was good. That being said, set into Kindred. Interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something different. The Kled into
into
the set.
Whoa.
That's an ego matchup right there. This is a skill fight.
Blackbeard
mean,
he hasn't had the chance to do that yet. It's been, tank matchups and pretty beefy brawler carries, and now you get something that can actually have a little more agency.
Have we seen a Kled?
We've
We've seen him
one.
play Kled?
I don't know if we've seen him play Kled, but we've seen Kled somewhere.
And Corky mid. All the stops.
Yep.
All the stops.
Boom.
Misfortune mid, right? Just because they want to do that to us. Misfortune mid, Kindred ADC,
You asked for
Kled
something
jungle.
crazy. You asked for something crazy. Okay, it's the Victor pickup for Gamma. Honestly,
there's no reason not to pick up a Victor here.
Yeah, wouldn't have been mad to see the Azir, but never mind.
Yes.
Oh, come on. Go to the Azir. Oh,
no. You know what? Honestly, all three of them are going to provide the same thing here, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the big thing that you have to look at. All three of them are going to provide zone control and an area of denial. The biggest thing, the zone control is one thing. It's the area of denial that is the most important things about the champions that have been played thus far by Kush. Very impressed with his gameplay overall. Very impressed with his team's ability to use his champions. The number of times that we saw when he was playing the Victor last time, Gamma would lose the first person in a fight and then fall back and drag Omega through the lasers and drag them into the gravity well and through the chaos storm. And all he had to do was sit there and hit the same spot over and over, and it worked beautifully for them. Great pickup. Definitely worth going back to. And I mean, Azir would be doing the exact same thing.
Yep. So, and the Sand Soldiers, they would have been nice, but of course, you science over magic. You take your pick. You already got your Magic Boy in Ezreal. You got to get a little scientific here and there. Notably, I will say though, for the side of Gamma, this is very similar to their Game 1 draft, but they don't quite have the damage power that they had before. So, they don't have the MF, they don't have the Viego. Volibear can do damage, but again, Volibear's not a Viego. You can't steal the opposing misfortune and use it against the enemy team stuff, right? And Ezreal, the Qs are pretty big, but it's a lot more reliant on the poke. And I will say, Oshi, kind of to your point, this team almost seems a lot more like a big disengaged comp that's letting the Ezreal and Victor just poke out the side of Omega. But Gamma, they've been a lot more aggressive. It feels like they have been the aggressor in the previous two games.
Yes, very much so. I have to hard agree with that. It's something I wanted to bring up myself. This is completely counter to what we have seen Gamma pick. And quite frankly, like Omega's still fairly along the same lines. They have been trying to play kind of engagey comps, and they haven't had the chance because they have been out engaged at every turn. That said, playing a counter engaged composition like Gamma has right now requires, you guessed it, a very synchronized team. And hey, who have we been saying has been playing the 5v5s together better? It's all been in the hands of Gamma since the very beginning of game number 1. Long before that, even our analyst desk talked about it. You wrote it up in the review that you put. We have seen a full season to agree with it. Gamma plays the 5v5s better. Omega just makes things work. Gamma has not left a single sliver of hope in any game thus far, so there is nothing for Omega to make work, and it just hasn't.
Yeah. And they, again, this is where you have to make something work, right? They've gone for some, not necessarily, well, I mean, Kled is crazy canonically, but they have gone for some more off-the-wall picks, and the Kindred, a very strong, a strong champion. We're gonna get to see Banger try to put on the carry pants yet again. We saw the Graves, it did okay, but the Kindred, I'm excited to see it. We haven't seen it pull out yet. And again, the Kled for Blackbeard, for Harmonica God in the top lane. No more tanks. He said, all right, you know what? No, we're not doing this again. Get me out of here. I want to fight, and fighting is exactly what they're going to do, Oshi.
Yeah, without question, it's going to be a brawl no matter which way it goes, right? Because here's the thing, if Omega decides that they don't want to be pulling the trigger, there's a Leona on the other team who's going to do it for them, whether they like it or not, and then they have to play the counter engage. Something that, honestly, their comp isn't bad at either. Corky has a significant amount of poke on his side. You have the Kindred ultimate to keep you alive if that set comes in and is hitting those 1,200 true damage haymakers. You have the Nautilus Ultimate that'll knock everybody up as they try and walk at you. So they're not exactly going to be left alone and left helpless if they aren't the ones engaging, but they definitely have the appearance that they want to be the ones footing the bill of the fights. Hopefully this time, not with their lives.
Exactly. Now, of course, we have just a couple minutes until we get into the draft. But if you want to foot a slightly smaller bill when it comes to, getting a little bit better at the game, you can use our wonderful code for our wonderful sponsor, ProComp CCS, for 50% off, an all-in-one drafting tool that you can use for coaches and players alike, competitive and casual gaming, giving you notes on drafts, matchups, picks, bans, analysis, and all that type of stuff. But just in case, Oshi, just in case we don't get to thank more sponsors after this game, just in case this is a 3-0, who is our other sponsor for tonight? Remind me. I think we talked about them in game 1.
Yeah, we definitely had a brief chat about them, particularly rounding about, things to do while you're on a break. One of the biggest things that people like to do, going to the bathroom is always recommended, but get yourself some food, probably popcorn, because this might be your last opportunity of the night. But if you're looking for something else, I definitely have to recommend, or you have to recommend.
Well, it's our wonderful sponsor, Factor. Of course, if you haven't heard of them before, we haven't talked about them too much because they're just coming in now. Factor, it's a phenomenal food delivery service, meal prep service. It helps you avoid potentially fast food and ordering in. DoorDash is crazy expensive these days. The price only continues to go up. This is no nonsense, delicious food that's ready in a flash. Factor chef-prepared meals take the guesswork out of eating well, so you never have to opt for something that isn't good for you. You can use the code. You can click the thing down below or use the code in chat. Again, I'm not repeating it. It's Factor and then a bunch of letters and numbers. You can read, you can see it. Go in the Twitch chat if you are not, and go hang out with the fine folks in there while we go on a very brief break before we get into our next game. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 3 between Dorado Gaming Omega and Dorado Gaming Gamma. And once again, Gamma are making a 5-man beeline for one area of the map. This time it is the top lane. Now, I will say Dorado Gaming Gamma have had a chokehold on this series. It's been consistent. They have not let off the gas. It's been steady, and Omega have not had a chance to make their way back into the game. Oshi, this is when they need to do it. This is when they need to give us the content.
Yeah, this has to be the turning point. We do see some strange picks coming through. We called for them, and we got them. You know, we have a Kindred, we have a Corki, we have a Kled. Corki's not the weirdest one, but I mean, compared to what we have been seeing in the mid lanes for Hypnotic Scruff, we have seen Assassin followed by Assassin, and now we have a very heavy poke-based champion instead. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. For once, I actually want the auto camera to keep us up in the top lane so that we can see how this Kled is going to fare into what we know is going to be a very devastating set.
Yeah, Asm did not die on this set in the first game, was able to flash out of things, was able to just do set things with the face breaker slow and the haymaker shield. Like, he is just so impossible to kill. It's not even because he has lifesteal. He's just that durable. He's called the boss for a reason. He will always win those 1v2s. Now, Kush has not necessarily been getting the better of Hypnotic Scruff in the mid lane, but has pretty consistently been able to do a lot of damage in the early game. Now, Joker did get the first blood in the previous game on 17. We do actually see a stun coming into the Nautilus and a little bit of chip damage coming through. And yeah, Joker was very aggressive in the first game, and a very early flash resulted in first blood, but those flashes being blown ended up costing Joker in the long run.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to weigh the odds of blowing it, and they said, okay, the extra gold should be worth it, and they were wrong. And you know, it's okay to be wrong. It happens. Can you learn from it, though? That is Kled knocked off his horse for now, which means he's at half health. He's going to get that back at some point. He's ranged at this point in time. I know Kled's a weird character. Not everybody knows what he does. That is one of the things. He has that shotgun. Sorry, I should say he is ranged right now. He has more ranged abilities when he is down like that, such as the shotgun pulse.
Yep. Ooh, Joker is alone for the time being. Nautilus actually went up to the mid lane. Banger is on top of Rare Candy, and Hoshiumi with Glacial Augment is on top of OG Kush. So we're already seeing the attention turn to the top side of the map. Banger with the invade. Rare Candy uses the blast plate to go the opposite direction. Does not want to fight this Kindred right now and loses out on the red buff. Both junglers did use their flash. Now, notably, again, it is Joker alone on this bottom side of the map for now, so he needs to play very, very safe against what is a very aggressive Leona and Ezreal.
Yeah, now there's 3 pushing down the river to follow the 2 that went down originally. This is going to be Rare Candy in a bit of an awkward spot, but Hoshiumi...
The prediction onto Kush. Hoshiumi, that was a blind hook. We do see the stun come through from the gravity well. Kush placing it very, very well outside of vision. Hypnotic Scruff is having to run away. Kush should be able to get the run now, but the first blood goes over to Carno. Banger is very low. The exhaust comes down, slowing up the Kindred. Rare Candy might be able to get the revenge for the red buff in the bottom side of the map as the top laners continue to duke it out, but it's 3-0 over to Gamma.
That was just... I mean, it was an incredible blind hook with not quite enough follow-up, if you know what I'm saying. It just... They couldn't quite manage to grasp those kills. They were so close at landing everything onto Kush. A beautiful gravity well, though, stun up Hypnotic Scruff forever, and now we see a great engage onto Joker, possibly turning south.
Hoshiumi was there in time. Zivantine was just a little bit too late on that engage after Joker had been in the bottom lane on their own for quite some time and goes quite low themselves. The Ignite is available and Hoshiumi has Hex Flash up. Joker, notably this time, Hoshi did take the cleanse.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly important to have that cleanse in the Leona matchup when you're not on a mobile champion. This time, I guess, understood just how painful it was in that last game. I mean, devastating. Throughout the whole thing, every solar flare, the opportunities were beyond I can't even think of the right words to properly express how painful it must have been to know, oh, one cleanse may have changed the game.
Yeah, and because Joker did a ton of damage, right? Joker was pumping out, but just couldn't do enough at the end of the day. Just a few more seconds alive might have been the solution. So Kush and Scruff are continuing to duke it out. Scruff does actually get paralyzed, and so is going to get chunked out pretty considerably. Both mid laners have plenty of mana, and it actually looks like they're just out of potions now. Scruff either used last biscuit or last potion there to heal up and get a little bit more regen going. First back in the top lane went to Hazem, who is not TPing back. Notably, Blackbeard, aka Harmonica God, does not have TP either. Went for the Ignite, is going full split push, full aggro on this top side of the map. And Banger is actually getting ready to be aggressive on this bottom side. We see the hook go in. This is on the 17. Rather tanky, but this is only a level 4 Leona. Joker gets the kill. Carno is on the run. Rare Candy not here in time to salvage the fight.
Yeah, it's important to note this Kindred still currently sitting at 0 marks. So very, very important for Kindred to get those marks as early as possible. The biggest one being to get that extra range.
Right.
It's really important. I mean, especially when you're fighting a front-heavy composition like what has been drafted by Gamma here. Joker does pick up the plate. That's a nice little extra gold after the kill. He's not in a bad situation CS-wise either. But Hazem.
Hazem. Unfortunately, there was a turret shot that already went out, so it actually did not land onto Blackbeard. The timing for that showstopper was actually extremely unfortunate. The turret shot was already heading towards a minion, so it didn't get a chance to aggro onto the Kled.
For those of you out there, I have been told it is totally okay to call him Hazem the Dream, by the way. So if anybody wants to fight me on calling him an incorrect name, I've been given clarity that is okay as long as I follow it up.
These naming conventions are the most confusing thing in the world, Yoshi. Like we thought maybe that having 160, is 160 or 170 now? I don't even know. Just a ton of champions with 4 abilities each and passives, and also some champions that have different abilities when they get knocked off of their stupid Yordle horse. Like, no. Instead, we also get the summoners' names, also can be pronounced almost whatever way we want. But hey, you know what? It is what it is. Notably, Blackbeard needs to be careful here. Hazem does have Flash. A Flash E here would just be a dead Kled, but the set's playing a little bit more respectable than that.
Yeah, there is also a flash on the other side there too, and I'm sure Blackbeard is going to be getting quite close to getting his steed back, which again gives him a significant amount of health to return to there as well, and does have the Ignite, which Hazem does not. So, again, little things to be wary of. Doing much better in CS this time around is Blackbeard. Recalling there, but again, no teleport. So, some free time in the top lane for the set to kind of build the CS lead. He's going to try and crash it into tower, I'm sure. Speaking of trying to crash things into tower, that is the Ezreal ultimate invested to clear this wave out, and the Misfortune is just going to auto-attack it back. Probably going to try and continue freezing it tight to tower, but not able to. I mean, keeping yourself under tower with wave not being shot is the perfect situation. Normally, it's even better when there's a Leona on the other team.
Yeah, I will say Carno is doing a very, very well to land these Mystic shots, weaving them through the wave. Both Joker and Hoshimi were chunked down very, very low just off of several Qs from Carno, despite staying underneath the turret. The Sheen really putting in work. Joker notably does have the Noon Quiver now, and again, this is a much safer game so far. We are at 4 kills, but we've seen much more aggression earlier in the previous games. I mean, we've seen first Mythics getting completed around the 10-minute mark. I don't think that's going to happen around this time, and notably, Omega are the first ones to the Herald this time around. They will be getting that neutral objective first. So we do see the Nautilus hook come through. That is onto Rare Candy. The Volibear has to ult out, but the bear trap on a rope managed to slay the Volibear. The bear trap hits the bear. It's cannon, but Blackbeard falls in return. It's a 1-for-1. Kush picking up the kill. I stumbled because I couldn't stop laughing. Hazem is actually the one, I think, that picks up the Herald on the backside of the fight and is now going in. Still has the showstopper, and the Haymaker doesn't hit anyone. The Gravity Well, phenomenal for the disengage. Hypnotic is continuing to try to move forward. I don't know if they still have the Valkyrie. Joker gets hit by the Chaos Storm and Carno with the Mystic shots, and is trying to lay down the extra damage. 17 goes over the wall only to die, but Hazem comes over the other side. Another Haymaker, but with very, very low grit stats. Has to flash away from the Misfortune bullet time. The Lamb's Respite is used onto Hoshiumi, and Rare Candy is very, very low. It's used onto multiple. Rare Candy is the one that ends to survive, and Blackbeard has respawned and rejoined the fight. Kush is the one that's going to fall. The shutdown goes over to Joker. All of a sudden, we are 5-5 in the kills. The two still dead are Rare Candy and OG Kush as Hoshiumi respawns now.
Huge trades going over in favor of Omega. I don't think we've had a fight go in their favor since. It was actually Banger who picked up the Herald as well, dropping the eye in the mid lane when it still has full plates. That's a huge charge coming through. That could be a dead Kindred, though.
Yeah, Banger needs to be careful. The shutdown goes over to Carno. Blackbeard getting chunked out again, has him pretty aggressive up here, has boots, full-on plated steel caps. Blackbeard needs to be careful, but yeah, you know, the shutdown still goes over, but yeah, you know what, if you're Omega, at the end of the day, you're tied in gold, you take those as we see the fight again here.
Yeah, this is the big turnaround. You can see that the Kindred actually is the one who picks up the Rift Herald right there. And if you look at your mini-maps, you see Kled just now respawn at this point in the fight, and is going to use the charge to come in quickly after this kill gets picked up on the 17, and then the Lamb's Respite, the biggest turning point in this fight right there, keeping Hoshiumi alive. That's a significant amount of CC that comes through. It's continued damage from Banger coming through. The one kill gets picked up, the Kled comes through. Again, the charge just was so important, and that is why you don't necessarily have to take the teleport on this Kled, is you just have to be kind of close enough to still get into the fight to make a difference.
Yeah, the utility on this champion, again, the bear trap on a rope into the bear, I feel like that's something that should have, like, you know, one of those small in-game mechanics, right? Like
one bonus true damage.
Yeah, like something like that. It just feels like that's how that's supposed to function. Now, notably, from going and getting the first Herald, it looks like the side of Omega, they want to get the next Drake. They do indeed get it. Scruff is exhausted, but managed to get out of there just fine. Carno uses the exhaust and flash to escape. Blackbeard now clearing out some vision, but Dorado Gaming Omega, they're winning the neutral objective game in this one, and that has been the most important for Gamma so far. Looks like they're trying to dive onto Blackbeard, try to take this tier 1 turret in the mid lane, while Hazem is up on the top lane. Only one plate left on that top side, by the way. Hazem has been just tearing through it. Set is actually very good at taking plates with those hooks.
Yeah, it's just kind of the double tap of it, right? That's the big thing behind the passive of him. Ooh, finally a missed Mystic shot on the side of Carino. Not something we're used to seeing thus far. Has been laying down devastating amounts of damage. Already has the Essence Reaver picked up as well, by the way, and almost 200 stacks onto the tier. This is going to be a very, very devastating blue Ezreal build coming through. I guess the new blue, technically speaking, but still very blue, very good build. Blackbeard just once again suffering the wrath of this set.
Yeah, he's going to be back up in just a second. Showstopper is used and goes underneath the turret. Blackbeard mounts up just in time and finally slays Hazem 1v1.
That is only the second death, but my goodness, that is either the most planned brawl in history or the greatest bout of luck that we have seen yet. You know what? That could be the momentum changer, right? We didn't talk about it too much, but having the momentum go in your favor for game 1 and then into game 2, and now starting off game 3, it started in the favor of Gamma as well. It's a mental toll, right? But when you've had that lead for so long, we're looking at over an hour of lead that they have held up until this point. Could that be Hazem finally hitting the wall?
It might be. Again, it is, only the second death, right? And it looks like we're seeing the same build path come through from Hazem. But, it hurts a little bit. Not going to lie. Wait, actually, Hazem built the Gore Drinker first. This actually looks like it's a Blade of the Ruin King for the set in this one, notably. So, never mind. A little bit of a different build path. But, yeah, that's, you don't love to see it. That said, Carno, Kush, they're still performing quite well. So, at the end of the day, Hazem was doing very well in those previous games. Joker does get slowed by the Solar Flare, but that's it. This might be the chance now for Kush and Carno to really say, all right, hey, it's been the Hazem show for a little bit. let's make a name for ourselves as well. Because again, it's not just a one-man team, as we've been seeing this entire series.
Yeah, not just that. It's not even just the top lane overall. Look at all the way down the board. Everybody's playing incredibly well, but on the side of Omega, they are actually closer than they have been at any point, not just in this game, but in this series.
Right.
Top lane is ahead right now. Jungle is equal. Mid is, you're behind 2 kills, but you're up in CS. We haven't seen that at all.
Hasm Showstoppers in again and has to flash out. The Lamb's Respite is up and it gets proc. Blackbeard mounts up yet again. Rare Candy does still have the ultimate, has to use it over the wall to get away along with the flash. Hasm doesn't have any grit built up for the Haymaker, and Blackbeard continues forward. Once again, the Bear Trap on a rope pushes in, and Hasm is the one to fall yet again. Hoshiumi and Kush meet in the jungle. The Glacial Augment comes through, but so does the Gravity Well. Hoshiumi has to flash away from the True Shot Barrage, and Carno managed to hit a shot onto Hypnotic Scruff, but it is still only the kill in trade for a couple of flashes, and actually not even a couple of flashes, in trade for a couple of ultimates.
Yeah, and ultimately, in the end there, Carino can't continue to push in the way that they were looking to at first. This looking for the Herald Steel. The eye didn't spawn in time for that Mystic Shot to take it. Can they disengage the fight? There's the Solar Flare.
It comes through, as does the Zenith Blade to follow up. Carno and OG Kush are trying to make it happen. Banger is the one to fall. Hoshiumi is very low, goes down as well. Rare Candy is here to rejoin the fight. Might be able to chase down on Hypnotic Scruff, but thinks better of it. The Zenith Blade goes in again onto Joker. This is a very fragile MF, but the cleanse is used. Rare Candy tries to dash forward, run forward as fast as they can with the Turbo Chemtech. Hasm has arrived. The double up isn't going to quite get the kill. Hasm wants to go in. Hypnotic Scruff gets chunked down low. Kush is low as well. Any double up here could spell doom for Kush or Zivantine, and they have to back out of the fight. With more bloody trading back and forth, the kill lead goes over to the side of Gamma, but the gold is still slightly in favor of Omega.
And we currently have Flash about to come up for Ezreal, Exhaust up, but the biggest thing is the 2 teleports are both still on. Okay, 1 teleport is now unlocked. Come on, Kush. You couldn't give me 1. I couldn't have it. They wouldn't let me have it. Either way, Hasm still has teleport up. Drake is up, so he could choose to rotate top lane, get that push in his favor, knowing that Omega is going to be forcing this. Drake opts not to. I'm guessing he bets they win this fight, and then he teleports top to take the tower instead.
Yeah, they've been winning fights so far in the series, but it has been a different story this game. Hasm is very far forward. This is the Blade of the Ruin King, not a Gore Drinker, so the set is not quite as tanky. Wants to go in. You are not the jungler, though. Hasm is very far in. The Haymaker not doing nearly enough damage to have the impact that they want. Blackbeard is on top of Rare Candy, and in the middle of the ultimate, the Volibear goes down. Nautilus is the only one to have fallen yet. Kush and Carno, they are on the run. The charge comes through. Kush and Carno, once again, they are trying to escape. A little bit slippery is the Ezreal, but not so much the Victor. Kush is underneath the turret, taking a lot of damage. Managed to survive just barely. The shutdown goes over to Kush. A little bit of burn on the Chaos Storm, making it happen. Scruff is very low. Carno trying to follow through. The Mystic Shot doesn't quite do enough damage, but the follow through does. Carno is going to fall to the bullet time on the backside, and once again, it's a Rager, but the kills go in favor of Omega.
And that is a teleport onto a ward, but it's a ward that is spotted, so the Kindred is going to have to fall back. Really wanted to get in and pick those Raptors up. Thankfully, the Shelly Charge does take the tower for them. So Hasm not really able to push too much forward. Look at the absolute insanity by Hoshiumi, finally putting forth an incredible wall up in the front, keeping everybody away from the Drake while it gets picked up by Kindred, and then it's just a follow through. I mean, the charge is so good in this moment, but the big thing to note is there was no bullet time until basically this point right here in the fight. So all of that happened, all that damage came through without one of the major things that we talk about over and over and over with this misfortune. So absolutely phenomenal that they managed to pick up everything that they did without one of their most damaging abilities online.
Banger is chunking out this Leona. The Solar Flare only hits the edge, and Banger just 1v1s the Leona through the Solar Flare. No flash here, proving their downfall, and it looks like Omega, they're going to be able to pick up at least another turret here on the top side of the map. Carno is going up to try to answer, but likely will not be there in time, and is instead just going to be taking the red buff.
So that is 3 marks onto the Kindred by now, by the way, so something very much worth paying attention to Every 3 marks after the 4th grants a significant amount more, but it's the 4th mark that's the important one. 75 additional attack range that is going to make all of the difference in these fights. The number of times that Banger has just barely been caught out because he was a step too far forward, all of that is going to change once he picks up one more mark.
Yep. And notably, we have a very, it's a slight gold lead. It's a little over 1,000. So not only will the marks matter, but so do the items. Bear has the Phantom Dancer off of killing 17, was able to complete it. So Kraken Slayer, Phantom Dancer done. Then we have the Kraken Slayer, and it looks like the Joker is once again going towards that Lord's Dominix, a very strong item. Carno not quite done with the transformation on the Manamune into the Muramana, but Hypnotic Scruff notably is. Okay, literally all right, these, okay.
You're not allowed to have one either.
We can't have anything with these teams, Oshi. They just don't let it happen. But
we mispronounced
2 items.
The names.
Yeah,
we
honestly,
mispronounced the names, and this is what
karma.
we get for it.
It's karma. 2 items on Banger.
It's
2 items on
Carino.
Banger. It's Carino?
Not Karma.
Carno. I didn't say Carno. Oh my,
said it's karma.
My god. Oh my god. Anyways, 2 items on Banger, 2 items on Kush. That's notable stuff. Carno, 2 items on them as well. And we are starting to see 1 item across the board. Otherwise, Scruff is probably going to be able to pick up their second one here. But this is a heck of a Baron play by Gamma. They are sneaking it, and Omega are none the wiser.
Way. Even with the Scuttle Crab right there, they don't see it. It doesn't give enough vision. They stayed far enough into the pit to sneak. Oh my goodness, my brain has shattered at that play. The fact that they knew, like they dropped a pink ward over the wall and saw nothing, which meant they were completely safe to hop in so long as they stayed behind the Baron, just at that 50% pit.
Hasm
has not.
Hasm has no longer.
Hypnotic Scruff has him.
Hypnotic Scruff has to have hypnotized Hasm.
I don't know. Either way, big attempted play coming out from Hasm right there. Not too sure what that was about. He thought he saw something that nobody else did. So be it. That is a Gromp steal as well by Hypnotic Scruff right there, just to be rude about the whole thing. I mean, this Baron take, I don't know how much they're going to be able to net from it. Maybe a bot lane tower. They've already taken the tier 1s for the mid and top. Right. But otherwise, they had no map priority. It's very good to take off the map. That was a teleport in by Hasm right there. So this is a 5-man bot versus a 4-man mid, sorry. Hypnotic Scruff actually recalled.
Yeah. Omega win if it's a base race. Gamma are going for the dragon, and Omega are going for inhib here. Carno managed
they're not.
Back, and well, Carno was there to clear the wave, and that's actually just gonna be dragon for Gamma. No, we see the package come through for Scruff. The charge comes in from Blackbeard. The bear trap on a leash comes in, and that's a double flash over the wall. The Victor goes down. That's the main source of damage. Rare Candy's gonna fall. Hypnotic Scruff gets another kill. We're starting to see the back come through, and Dorado Gaming Omega, they're moving around the map too quickly. Gamma, despite their macro, they cannot keep up. Hasm is doing their best, does a fair amount of damage, but not nearly enough. 17 goes in, but it's too little too late. It's not going to be able to save their top laner. Carino does not have the hyper carry damage here to take care of the rest of the team. It's only going to be Mystic shots through and through. Dorado Gaming Omega are looking to take us to a game number 4.
I honestly cannot tell if it is the Kled that has made a difference in this game or if just something that had not clicked before did. But I mean, the biggest thing I want to draw attention to, Hasm's scoreline is 0-5. But more importantly, his items are nothing like what we have seen before. No. So he was getting ready. I mean, the only reason I can see him first building the Blade is because he was expecting to be able to stay in this 1v1 against the Kled for significantly longer. But his team are the ones who, 1, want to roll together, but 2, seem to have been, like, they're the ones calling him down. I mean, he teleported in after dying in a side lane after he flashed onto a full health Corki. I don't know what has changed. Maybe they really are just in it for the content today. But here we are in game number 3 with a 5,000 gold lead for Omega.
Yeah, I will say, the Blade of the Ruined King build, it's not too bad, but that Gore Drinker, you do have them, you do get overall more damage. You are able to heal up a lot better. We saw what the Gore Drinker set was able to do, and Hazem is still playing like he is that Gore Drinker set, and it just ain't quite working. Not to mention Rare Candy, this is not a Divine Sunder or Volibear. This is Chem Tank Randuin's. Like, your damage is Victor and Ezreal here. And it just isn't doing it.
Yeah, they were definitely, again, they must have been expecting damage to come out of the set here as well, because Ezreal, relatively decent amount of magic damage as well, right? So they needed the physical damage top laner to kind of round everything out. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got the Corki doing mixed damage. The MF, I guess, kind of doesn't do any magic damage. I'm not going to try and bluff you guys out of that one. No magic damage there particularly, but this Kled.
I'm going to be honest, Hazem keeps using this Haymaker way too early. The Grit's going to stack back up, but the Haymaker is not going to be there. Maybe if maybe the other two weren't there, it would have been a solo kill, but it just didn't happen. Dorado Gaming Omega, they kill Hazem for the 6th time. It looks like he's trying to make that competition for which top laner dies most a close one.
Yeah, he's definitely took that to heart, said, I'm not losing anything today. He saw himself winning the tournament, but losing the competition, said, I can do both. Put one game down. He's got 6 deaths. I mean, he's still got a ways to go compared to Blackbeard here. But, that Iron Spike whip has been picked up. And even before that, he was doing pretty okay in that 1v1. So, right. I mean, I'm not holding my breath for the Omega win at this point in time. If they can keep stalling this out, Hazem can get a little more online.
Yeah, look, if you're in the middle of 3 people and you Gore Drinker up, you get one more right hook on the Blackbeard, and that's a kill. And then you can go from there. So we'll see. It might be a set 0-10 power spike. Maybe it was previously Yasuo, now it's set. I don't know. But, I mean, yeah, Gamma, they're not dead yet. They're down 5,000 gold. Their neutral objective game has been rough. They've gotten 1 dragon, and that is it this game. And I will say, for Omega, you said it, they're playing much, much better. Joker has died not at all. The cleanse has been coming in absolutely clutch, and Banger has been having a banger of a game, as has Blackbeard. A lot more agency on this Kled, allows them to do more damage, allows them to actually be a participant in fights instead of just an ultimate, and it is paying off.
Yeah, and that's not to take anything away from 17, who's had incredible engages. From Kush, who's been doing a disgusting amount of damage on this Victor yet again. All of these Mystic shots that manage to dodge absolutely everything from the Ezreal. A ton of damage as well. I mean, it's just not consistent enough, right? That's the biggest thing. They're not killing anybody. They've got a bit of poke and a bit of engage, but not enough of one or the other to really be flawless in the fights like they were in the previous 2 games. Kindred, by the way, now sitting at 7 marks. The last time we checked in was only at 3.
Yep.
So big things to watch out for in this champion. Not just the extra range, but also additional attack speed, additional damage, additional slow on the abilities.
Yeah, it actually looks like Gamma, they want to try to go for the Baron again. In the meantime, Banger is soloing the last Mountain Dragon. This will give them soul. This will be Mountain Soul, and this Kindred can do it just fine. And Dorado Gaming Gamma, they are playing footsie here. Looks like they're finally trying to actually disengage with their disengage comp, but Omega no longer have to run at them. They no longer have to run into them unless they have the numbers advantage. Has them once again with a massive Haymaker. Shield goes down. Hypnotic Scruff is on a killing spree. Carno is trying to come up on the backside of the fight to make something happen. That is now 7 deaths on this set. He was doing so well before this game and has now fallen so low. Death Stance on Blackbeard's going to keep him alive so much longer as well. That's another inhib down. It's the 2nd time it's fallen. That is Mountain Soul. It's a 6,000 gold lead. 19 kills to 11. Dorado Gaming Omega in firm control of the game.
As I'm sitting on a stride breaker now, by the way. Didn't actually finish the Gore Drinker, opted for its cousin and significantly less purchased Stridebreaker. This is going to be a very, very fast Baron. The Kindred does a disgusting amount of damage in tandem to the Misfortune, who's sitting on IE, Kraken Slayer, and Lord Dominic's Regards, going to shred through a Baron on their own for certain. Also very able to fight front to back whenever they so choose.
Yep.
I mean, at this point in time, all Omega has to do is keep the control they already have. They've had a steadily growing lead. It was 4,000, 5,000, now 7,000 gold. Just clean up your jungle, clean up their jungle, and slowly push your way in. It's all you have to do. You've got enough poke to keep them away and enough damage to kill them when it comes down to it.
Yeah, it feels like we have, again, the script has been flipped, right? Omega are choking Gamma out completely. Honestly, I'm not, like, at this point, I think you just try to kill Hazem as many times as possible just to make sure he's completely mental boomed for the next game. And also so that he dies more times than Blackbeard. Like, I think that's just what you have to do, because again, this Kled hasn't died since those first couple of kills. 6, 2, and 7. This is a phenomenal performance. There are 5 bounties to collect on the side, on the heads of the Omega team. And right now, if you're the side of Gamma, you just have to kind of sit back, be patient. This is a Baron. This is a Mountain Soul. You cannot really do much to fight against this other than to sit and wait.
Yeah, trying to push into a 3 Mountain Stack team, let alone a 3 Mountain Stack Mountain Soul team, is not going to go well. Not even the Misfortune is going to die particularly quickly anymore. I mean, MF is sitting, just Misfortune is sitting at 120 armor on her own with these Drakes. So phenomenal lineup for them for facing a Poke comp. The only thing that could get better is if they had an Ocean Drake somewhere in there for regen, right?
Oshi, you know what might be good right now? Divine Sunderer Ezreal. That might actually be good right now. But that's not what he's going. That's a serrated Dirk.
You're not wrong. But, I mean, at this point, a Mythic would probably be useful.
That is true. A Mythic item would be very, very helpful with all those legendaries. And Hazem Haymakers the wrong way. Dies. Zeventine falls. Blackbeard is on a killing spree. Banger has to pop the Lamb's Respite to stay alive. We see the Volibear come through. And this is honestly just clinical. Joker is dominating 6-0 and 10 on the Misfortune. Dorado Gaming Omega. Take us to game number 4.
As everybody always says in this situation, we've got a series on our hands. We get a game 4 between the two Dorado boys. Honestly, I don't know what happened to Hazem that game. I think he just wanted one more. He still did 16,000 damage when he was 0-8 instead of 8-0 this time.
Yeah, that don't Blade of the Ruined King set isn't that good anymore, folks. It's okay. But when you're running into the enemy team, if you're not side laning permanently, just build Gore Drinker. That's all I'm saying. But that said, I want to give a lot of credit to Blackbeard, aka Harmonica God. Finally a champion where it's like, okay, you're allowed to actually try to kill people now. Did the job, 7, 2, and 9. Most damage on the team, not in the game. Again, that was Carino. But a very strong performance. Joker 6-0 and 10. This was a much better showing from Omega. They gave all of their lanes agency. They gave their jungler individual agency, and that's the way they've played, and it pulled out a win.
Everything that we said Omega needed to change, they did. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They stopped trying to play the same composition as their opponents, or they stopped trying to just kind of counter it, and they very clearly went to comfort. They played the Kled is not a normal champion.
No.
In most games, right? So definitely went a little strange, which is exactly what we said. We said you guys need to do something a little weird for once. And it felt so strange asking for it because it doesn't normally work. And it very much did that time around. So it'll be interesting to see where they go from here. Do they continue on the strange streak, or do we have Hazem actually show up for game number 4?
We'll have to see. We'll have to find out. Maybe Hazem wants to get the most deaths in the series, which will be a challenge, only dying once in the first 2 games. But hey, if you feed hard enough, you can make it happen. But we have game number 4. Make it happen that your butt is in your seat and your eyes are on this screen when it comes back up in just a few minutes. Well, hello everybody, and welcome
Hi.
back. And Oshi, we're in a position that, quite frankly, I didn't expect us to be in this specific scenario. But Dorado Gaming Gamma, they are up 2-1 still. Omega took the last game. There was a set that didn't exist in the last game. Let's just put it that way. Set was probably playing for the enemy team. It was a 6v4. It was a 6v4. But
You know
we're in
what?
the picks and bans. It's game number 4. And Gamma are back on blue side.
When you 1v9, sometimes you got a 6v4 the next time around, right? That's just how it goes.
You got to give it back to him. You got to give it back to him.
All right, karma goes both ways. There's karma and there's dharma. There's the positive and the negative, right? You got to take
no,
it
I
all
thought it was
in.
Carno.
It's Carino.
Carino. All right. Anyways, besides the point, again, we're in game number 4 here. Gamma are up 2-1. Omega have to win this one to take us to silver, scrapes, and C. Or, Gamma might wrap up the series here. It seems like Dorado teams like to do a little trolling. Oshi, once they're up 2 games, and then they tend to throw 2 games, and then we go to game number 5. It seems like it's inevitable. My voice is not very happy with it, but hey, it is what it is. Gamma, they have gone with 3 bans. They've stuck essentially with the same 3 bans. Omega, they banned the Camille, Viego, and Miss Fortune. So, very similar bans to what they did on the previous side, except they didn't leave the Miss Fortune up because, hey, it's probably the best pick in the game right now for B1. So, Gamma, they're taking a little bit of time to think. They're trying to figure out what they do. Their B1 so far have been the Viego and have been the Miss Fortune. The Hecarim has been left up, and that is picked up for Rare Candy.
Yeah, haven't seen any bans go the way of the horse either, but we do know just how strong of a champion Hecarim is. We've seen it not just within the league, but within world rankings overall. Strong CC, strong clear speed, a lot of sustain. Very much the kind of champion that Gamma wants in their hands. This is going to be the Maokai, probably over on Omega. Did not go too well in game number 1, but maybe a little different.
I don't think that we are seeing it in the hands of Blackbeard again. I don't think that's happening. I fully expect this. To go in the hands of Hoshiumi. Oshi.
I would like to see it in the hands of Hoshiumi personally. I think it's much better for this team in that role.
Right.
So the Kindred is picked up, however. Something that we saw obviously last game do incredibly well. A little late on picking up the marks. Right, and didn't get to that 75 extra attack range super early, so could definitely be better, and that's something Gamma should kind of be worried about.
Right, and the Kindred was a very good pick for Banger. So coming in with it again, it's a very strong pick. It can pump out that damage once the marks come through. It's it's that ADC-esque pick in the jungle. But Sivir is the pick up here for Gamma. They've liked their ADC picks coming in early. We'll have to see if they want to pick up the support. They've been pretty consistent on that as well. But hey, Sivir, a phenomenal pick overall. One of those hyper scaling, hyper carry champions that can go into the late game and just shred through teams.
Yeah, very AoE based as well. Something that we saw Gamma do game 1 and game 2, both with the Miss Fortune pick up the one time around. And that is not something we are very used to seeing. However, that is a very old combo on deck with the Yuumi Hecarim setup. So this will be interesting.
Yep, that's a cat on a horse. That's, I will say.
The green grass goes around and around, and the green grass goes around.
It's spin to win. I'm looking at Gamma, all like, you spin me right round, baby.
So you're asking for Garen?
I'm asking for Garen, baby. I'm asking for top lane Garen. We got the Hecarim spins. We got the Sivir spins. That's an Aphelios pickup. Yeah, whatever. Give me Garen for Gamma.
I was trying to think of like Gamma, like mixing Gamma and Garen, but Gamarin. It's, I don't know. Gamoran is a race in some game, I'm pretty sure. But
I think
either
you're thinking
way,
of Gamora.
No, that's the character, I know. But Gamoran is also a race. I'm pretty sure it's a Pathfinder race. But anyways, that's not where we are. This is this universe, not that one. Jax banned, Lulu banned. They want to keep away support champions from Hoshiumi. So they're definitely still thinking that this Maokai is going into the top lane. Or maybe they're just trying to force it back into the top lane as well.
Maybe.
Because it was very bad into the set.
Yes, highly unsuccessful. Very bad is another way to put it. And Omega, again, I expect the Aatrox ban. It's been very consistent. If it doesn't get banned, I think Gamma just pick it up. Yeah, taken off the table. I just don't think Omega can let that through. They have not let that through. Actually, they didn't ban it in game number 3, and Gamma didn't pick it up. So all I'm saying is that Aatrox was open and they didn't pick it. So just check the, I can't, no, we're not saying
I
that.
don't know. Maybe it doesn't do too well into Kled.
Maybe Aatrox into Kled isn't what you want. Maybe Aatrox into 4 semi-squishy champ. Anyways, Renata gets banned as well. Counter engage champion. You do not want to be Hecarim running at a Renata. You don't want to be a Sivir running at a Renata either. So it gets taken away. And Omega, they get one more pick before Gamma finalize their draft.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where they go from here because they have to either give away a mid counter pick or give away where that Maokai is going.
Right.
What are they going to choose? 0 seconds on the clock. That is a Victor picked up on the side of Omega. That is a turn. Only seen it on the Gamma side so far in the hands of Kush.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see what comes through here for Hypnotic Scruff. What is the counter play going to be, though? Do they really assume that this Maokai is going into the top lane? Are they going to go back to the set and maybe build Gore Drinker this time? Or who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah.
They're picking the set.
I know.
We knew. We saw it last time. You know what, Oshi? You know what? Look, Hazem, look at me. Look at me right now. I know you're listening to this. We all know that you all listen to this while you're drafting. If you're going to throw again, if you're going to go 0-8, please, for the love of God, just build lethality set. You'll actually at least be able to get a kill, okay? It'll happen. Anyways, we're seeing some hovers on B5. The Ziggs has been left up. Looks like Gamma are going to pick it. Please. I have not brought up lethality set in months. Months. Just do it.
Or he could just build like full health set. I mean,
he could. We'll never know. We'll see.
Set's a thing.
It is. We'll see. We'll see. But that is the Ziggs. That is something, Oshi, that Omega were scared enough to ban the first time through in the very first draft. So, nope. It's the Kled again. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if Gamma, we'll see if Hazem wins this matchup this time. But the Ziggs pick up into the victor.
Yeah, honestly, I would have loved the Nasus because Nasus can just with the W alone, can hard shut down Sivir if he gets anywhere near it, right? Congratulations, you're not moving or auto-attacking, good luck kind of situation. But I understand it doesn't really suit the game the best, and he's not going to have a good time against Set either. I just want to see the dog in the dogs,
Right.
Oh, well. Getting the Kled coming through, it's what?
I was going to say, we have a cat, but no dogs.
I mean, we kind of have.
I mean, actually, we got 10 dogs. We got 10 dogs.
10 dogs.
Everyone has. Well, most people have 10 dogs. Statistically speaking, the number of people, the average number of dogs per person is actually lower than 10.
Statistically speaking, the average number of limbs per human is less than 4.
Yeah, see, exactly. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, irrelevant things.
Oh man! I mean,
what I was gonna say when you said we have a cat is I took a look around and I mean Yumi is very cat, right? But Ziggs is kind of cat-like. Set it looks like a cat. I know Bert. Whatever. He's a cat.
He's technically okay. He is technically he's technically a bird boy, but he's a cat boy.
I know. I said he's a cat. And then Kled, kind of cat-like too, right? So maybe we got 4 cats.
Actually, you know what? Hey. Kindred has a dog. It's a wolf, but it's a dog.
It's
got
dead.
there.
Does it count?
It's still a dog. Maybe a dead dog, but it's still a dog.
It's canine. It's not a dog. It's canine.
It's close enough. But anyways, Oshi, Kush Ziggs, again, I do want to talk about this. He's good on this champ, right? Ziggs is, definitely more of the control magey type and even like a little bit more sporadic and not quite able to do as much control, in zoning necessarily as something like a Victor is able to pump out consistently. It's a Ziggs, right? He's a little bit more funky, a little bit more weird. But Kush is very good on this champion and picked it into the Victor here. So Gamma, they saw pretty much everything, right? It's the Set v Kled matchup. I'm pretty sure that was picked last time, or well, no, actually, Omega did actually pick the Kled into the set, so they went with it again. So it's again Hasm gonna have to juggle a little bit here. But Ziggs, this might just be Kush saying, "All right, we're closing it out."
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they didn't ban it this time around, so it's an obvious pickup. I mean, it's such a good champion, and
Yep.
I mean, the way Kush plays, control mages complement the style overall. It's going to be very interesting to see how the Victor fares into it, how Hypnotic Scruff fares into it. Again, first 2 games we saw Assassins come out, did decently well on them, not able to close the games out. Last game was a very big change with the poke heavy Corki, but still had some mobility on his side. Now Victor, no mobility at all. Bit of poke, you can get there for sure with the Ray and with the Q, but Ziggs is going to outrange you in the overall. So it'll really come down to how the zone control in team fights end up being. And again, we always or almost always talk about who gets to a point first, right?
Right.
Who gets to the dragon and gets to set up all of their wards. And then the other team has to try and force their way in. We haven't seen that at all. Both of these teams have always run some form of hard engage and are just so willing to steamroll into one another. I think the one really good example that we saw of the setting it up and holding it back situation was last game when Hoshiumi kept an entire team out as the Nautilus. So interesting to see if something similar happens. I mean, obviously the Maokai incredibly good at that as well with a huge AoE lockdown. But until we load in, we won't know.
Yeah, exactly. So, but we have just a few minutes until we load into game number 4. And in the interim, of course, you can go and check out our wonderful sponsors, one of which, once again, is Factor, one of our brand new sponsors for the week, for the night. Factor meals arrive pre-prepared and ready to eat in less than 2 minutes. Now, that is not that they arrive to you once they're ordered and ready to eat in less than 2 minutes. They arrive to you ready to eat, in 2 minutes or less, you can microwave them and you can eat them. But it's even faster than ordering in once you get your shipments. Meal plans offer a variety with a weekly rotating menu of over 27 meal options. You get 33 additional add-ons, smoothies, shakes, desserts, all sorts of other stuff. They have a full plethora of things to choose from. Again, code down below, code in the chat. Go check them out. Honestly, I'm going to go check them out after this because I forget to eat all the time, and having really easy, really tasty stuff to prep and eat for lunch, for breakfast, for dinner, when we got cast, when we got all sorts of things, is something I really need. So go check them out. We'll be back in just a couple minutes to bring you game number 4. Will Gamma close it out, or will Omega take us to Silver Scrapes? Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS. We had a very brief pause at the start of the game, but we are back into the action. There might be one of those very brief little stutters, but we will see. Now, notably, we're seeing the 5-man stack, but this is from the side of Omega, not Gamma. Has them turned around and started to walk away as Hoshimi has already used the flash and is walking forward as aggressively as possible and is now just standing there, briefly taunting, puts down a ward, and walks back into the river. Hypnotic Scruff lays down a little bit of damage on Hazem, but that will get that will get restored with the Doran's shield, and yep, it's a ward, and it's a flash spit by Hoshiumi. Yep.
And I gotta fill you all in on this. In all chat, 17 says, "Good luck to Hoshi only." after the flash. Oh, absolutely love it. Now they're spam pinging his flash timer.
Including his own team. His own team is pinging it. So that was, you know what? That was not planned.
I think he misjudged the range on the snare.
Yes.
Unfortunate. However, Blackbeard gonna get an early in onto Harem here.
I'm sorry. Nope. All right.
No, I bit my
brush
tongue.
right past
I'm
that.
so sorry.
You're good. We're brushing right past that one. That bear trap is it has quite a bit of range. So both junglers did get a leash on the bottom side. The Kindred cleared just half a second faster than the Hecarim did, but they're going to be clearing at about the same speed. Looks like they're both going for the full clear. They know for the side of Omega that Hecarim is starting on the bottom side of the map, and actually looks like there's a ward on the blue buff as well for the Kindred. So looks like Omega, or at least on the Wolves. I think he's actually on the Wolves, notably, which Banger actually skips. So this is interesting. Gamma might not actually know where the Kindred is.
Yeah, he's also dodged the Raptors, by the way. Seems to have not been picked up on any wards at all by that pathing. That's either the greatest awareness in history. It's got to be. That's absolutely insane that he managed to path the way that he did, dodging both the Wolves and the Raptor wards, but not assuming that they then had a ward on the red buff itself. I guess they did push in that way. So there's no way that they could have gotten deep enough to get that ward.
So we'll see. That's the Haymaker used already. Hazem is very, very aggressive with these Haymakers, despite being very low on grit overall. So again, first 2 games went almost deathless, had a perfect KDA, only dying a single time, and then proceeded to die 8 times in game number 2. We'll have to see if Hazem can get more of those early outplays that he did before. Blackbeard does get dismounted, and again, another Haymaker used at very low grit for just a little bit of chip damage. That cooldown is quite long on that ability. So Kindred is just hanging around on the top side of the map. Notably, Mark did spawn on the bottom side. Unfortunate, so not going to be able to get that first crab mark. And Rare Candy is turboing down to the bottom side there to make sure they pick it up. And Carino picks it up instead, just to make sure that Kindred mark does not come through.
Yeah, Kindred also opting to go in for the Krugs here instead of pushing down for that crab at the same time. And Blackbeard, once again, getting straight in for the harass. Knew he was getting mounted back up.
Yep, does get pulled underneath the tower and immediately is dismounted, but Hazem does not have a ton of HP to play with, and Blackbeard can keep getting a nice little top up every about 30-40 seconds here.
Yeah, it's incredibly good usage of his. You know how you have a word in your head, man, and it just goes away. This has been a long couple hours at this point in time. Hypnotic Scruff putting in some good damage there, but it is Blackbeard that we have to fear for.
We're gonna have to see who gets first blood first. Kush is low, and the first blood goes over to Banger. The flashes come out from both of the topsiders, and Kush flashes away in the mid lane, but not to survive. So first blood gold going over to Banger, kill going over to Rare Candy on the other side.
Yeah, so flashes burned all over the map right there. Honestly, 3 flashes burned into the mid lane to pick up that first blood and guarantee it, and then the teleport used by Kush as well. What I was trying to say before was about Blackbeard's use of his resources. That is the word I lost from my vocabulary temporarily. Very good use of his resources with the dismount of his passive to use that spare health for these trades and keeping Hazem down continuously in this lane, although picking up an assist that will put Hazem in an okay situation in lane.
Yep, the bear trap misses, but again, Hazem needs to be careful. That is an extremely low grit haymaker, so he's continuing to expend that cooldown without any fear. We're going to have to see what the build path is going to be for Hazem this time. We're going to have to see if they are going to go for the Blade of the Ruined King. Maybe they're going to go for their Mythic first. Could be either Stride Breaker or Gorge Drinker. Who knows? We'll know if we see the Iron Spike Whip get built, is essentially what we will figure out. Now, again, we're approaching the 6-minute mark, which means the first dragon has spawned. Herald will be spawning in just a couple of minutes, so we're going to have to keep an eye out on who wants to go for those neutral objectives first. Notably, Maokai has already roamed up to the mid lane. Hoshimi is spotted on a ward, though, and Zivantine says, "Hi, I see you," and the cat is already paired up with the horse. Hoshimi continuing to send out saplings, should have a pretty high vision score by the end of the game. So, that's one big benefit of the Maokai support with the roams, can get a very high vision score and do a very good service to the team. And that was one thing that, in the first 2 games, Omega were struggling with a little bit. It seemed like they just didn't know where Gamma were on the map at all.
Yeah, Gamma's overall map control is very well fueled by the vision that all of their players seem to supply to the team. Aside from Hazem, the one time I pointed it out, when it doesn't matter because he went 8-0 anyways.
Right.
Joker taking both ends of the boomerang right there is never what you want to have happen. But as you mentioned, this is the cat on a horse in a bush situation right now. Joker at half health. If this comes down to the 80 carries having to rotate over, there's a huge health advantage.
Yeah, Ziggs does have the shorter path to it, but Hypnotic Scruff got the first move. It's currently 4v4 around that bottom quadrant of the jungle. And again, these saplings from Hoshimi are doing a lot of work. The red buff finally spawns. This is what Banger has been waiting for. It looks like the Kindred wants to clear it out. Again, the dragon has not gone down yet. The mid laners are still doing mid lane things. They have ultimates, and Ziggs is going to be the one that's going to be able to help out first. Carno has to be careful. The Yuumi has jumped onto the Sivir. Red buff, I don't actually know which one it went over to. I don't even know if it's down yet. It is indeed down. It looks like Banger actually picked it up. He's going over to the mid lane for the time being to try to help out with the gank. Meanwhile, up here on this top side, we see the flash. We see the dunk. Finally, Hazem is able to get the kill onto the Kled. The trade comes through, and so does Revenge.
Yeah, very well played, getting everything out perfectly, including pulling him in after the showstopper right there. Nice little touch. Little bits of CC like that are really what ensure the kills and kind of secure everything in the end. Joker on the white and red here should be able to heal himself back up once the wave gets back out to him, but is definitely going to be looking to continue pushing into this tower and picking up additional plates. Already got the one in his pocket. I mean, overall right now, not a whole lot of difference. We do see the Iron Spike Whip coming out for the set. That doesn't tell us anything. Could still be a Stride Breaker for some odd reason.
Hey,
but
hey, better than the Bork first. That's all I'm saying.
That's the important thing, is getting your priorities in order. That is also a Kindle Gem and a Longsword being picked up there as well. Definitely going to help him out in lane that extra health and cooldown. Meanwhile, where are we sitting at for marks? We currently have 0 hunts completed.
Yeah, Rare Candy has been doing a very good job of just tracking those marks, keeping an eye on them. The most recent mark spawned on top side Scuttle, and Rare Candy made a beeline for it after that bottom lane scrap. And since Blackbeard died, Banger just couldn't come up to the top side. That river did not belong to him. Rare Candy knew that, took care of the mark, and they are on their way. We'll have to see where the next one is going to spawn, but Banger already level 6, 0 marks. This Kindred, isn't necessarily falling behind in gold. Well, actually, is falling behind in farm quite considerably, but does have the Noon Quiver. Isn't like massively far behind in terms of total gold, as I said, but those marks, that's the champion's mechanic. If you get behind on that, your game becomes so much more difficult.
Yeah, and when you're a very coordinated team like we see out of Gamma, you don't necessarily have to ban the champion, right? You can just outplay them by having the map control that they do and by taking these marks away. Yeah, it doesn't stop Kindred from doing Kindred things in the very late game, but it definitely helps to delay them. And this is Blackbeard in a bad situation once again.
Yeah, Scarl is almost about to be back. The mount up comes through. Hazem needs to get just a couple more hits down. Blackbeard charges away. A single auto will do it, but the Ignite is burned. Blackbeard very, very nearly dies. I will say a single Ziggs bomb will kill him, but in the meantime, the bot laners are duking out. It is green and white guns for Joker. Joker, so they have quite a bit of range. And Banger is here in a bush, making sure he is not on a ward. Hoshiumi goes in, gets the root. Karino is going to be the first one to fall. The cat is not going to be able to keep him alive. The ADC is down, and the kill goes over to Joker.
Yeah, not level 6 on the Yuumi just yet, are they? Level
no,
5,
they're level 5,
sorry.
level
I couldn't
5.
quite see it in the little portrait corner there. So only level 5 on the Yuumi, which means no final chapter to help lock everything down. Hoshiumi, same thing, only level 5, but able to help pick the kill up in the end, and that is going to be the Drake going over. Incredibly important. Stacking has started. That mark is on the top side. Scuttlecrab, by the way, Blackbeard had no real choice but to stay in lane, because if he left, Hazem could have just wandered right down and really messed up that gank into that Drake take.
Yep, Hazem might still be able to go get that mark if they want. Is instead backing up. Blackbeard was very, very close to dying, so we'll have to see. But Banger finally on the way to get that first mark. Might even be able to pick up the Herald to boot first Drake plus Herald. Bold recall from Hazem just in the middle of the lane. Did not even want to think about moving backwards at all. But hey, you know, that's how it goes. Notably, Karino is on the bottom side here picking up plates. I swear to God, I'm going to get, like, Oshi literally just taught me how to say this name properly, and I feel like I just messed it up again. I have profuse apologies. But again, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's late.
It'll take us 5 games.
It'll take us 5 games. We'll get there in 5 games. All right. So hey,
that's
you know,
why.
Gamma,
That's why
if
this
you're
series
watching,
is going
exactly.
to 5.
Exactly. So Joker is still scaling up on this Aphelios. Does not have the Moonlight Vigil. That was part of the reason that the Sivir died so quickly. But does not have it right now. Blackbeard actually is moving pretty quickly. I don't think Rare Candy actually expected that. These are 2 horses. One of them has an additional cat on the back of it. And Scarl goes scurrying into the bush. Hypnotic Scruff lays down the gravity well, and the Ziggs bomb does not hit the mark. It slows down Scruff for a little bit, and the flash must come out. The onslaught of shadows doing enough work there. Herald has not been taken yet, and it looks like Rare Candy is going to be the one to try to grab it.
I had a good laugh at those 2 horses. One has a cat on the back, because what is Kled if not also a cat? We established this. They both had cats on them.
That is true. Hold on. We see the Ziggs have to flash away. Some very aggressive trading. Hoshiumi just takes a turret shot for free. Joker's just going to take this turret. This is just going to be 5 plates in Joker's pocket.
He should. I don't know if he gets through it this time around, but if not this time, then the next for certain. There's nobody going to be in this bot lane to contest that. Blackbeard back up top, putting some damage down onto Hazem. Does he have him?
I don't. I think this is just top laners.
Oh no!
But Rare Candy might be here to change the tides. Again, notably, that was the first turret that all went into Joker's pocket completely. Scarl goes scurrying away yet again. Blackbeard is gonna have to try to run away from this, but it just ain't going to happen. Does not get the chance to mount up and has him. I feel like that was a little bit extra with the showstopper, but hey, you'll take it. They're gonna get the Herald dropped up here as well. The charge will go through, cleaning up these last 2 plates. You actually see the Kindred up here as well, but it's a 2v1. Banger wants to try to get the kill. The set's coming around the back, though. Again, no showstopper, so the CC is going to be a little bit more dangerous, and Rare Candy is at half health. So instead, Hazem is just going to recall as the Herald charges into the tier 2 and chunks it down to about a third.
Amusing thing about that showstopper, if he had not used it where he did, he could have pulled the Kindred back into Rare Candy right there, which almost definitely would have been an additional kill. Instead, they do make the smart play and back away. They picked up their kill, they picked up their turret, leave it be. But now, this is some danger in the bot lane that the camera does not want us to see.
And that unfortunately means it's a little bit of spoiler for us. That means there's not going to be any action. Sivir didn't, pop the ghost, can run just as fast, maybe not quite as fast, but almost as fast as that charge and gets on out of there. Didn't even have to use the on the hunt. So ultimate invested from Blackbeard. Cooldown is just a little bit shorter, actually a fair amount shorter than that ghost. So you say worth it there to keep your tower alive.
Yeah, without question, just kind of throw it down. It's not the longest cooldown, certainly not something they have to be incredibly terrified of. So off they go.
Hazem goes in, Facebreaker already used. This is a Stride Breaker build first in the Nature's Grasp, just in case for a little bit more disengage.
Sorry, I'm just taking a quick look at the status of the entire map right here. I'm actually noticing there's a significant lack of wards for both teams on the map. we've just got 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess, kind of. There's 3 pink wards down for red team, 1 pink ward, 2 pink wards, 1 regular ward for blue team, and all in very tightly congested areas, not really spread out, nobody looking for particular location control as this Inferno Drake is about to spawn in 15 seconds or so. Very interested to see how this plays out. This is going to be Banger looking for that mark. He's going to lose that one too, though.
Yep, the Raptors go down into Rare Candy's pockets. Hecarim does have ultimate as well as Ghost. The only thing down right now are Hazm's, or actually there's a lot of things down. We got Summoners down, but ultimate are all still up. Showstopper goes in, but it doesn't land onto anybody. Hoshiyumi is the one that gets pulled back. Final chapter is used, and 17 is the one that gets the first kill. Blackbeard gets dismounted, and the exhaust was already invested. Hoshiyumi is on the run now. Blackbeard is very, very low, but not dead yet. The Lamb's Respite killed him up just a little bit more, but Kush gets the kill with a bouncing bombs. Banger has to run away. Infernal Dragon number 2 going over to the side of Gamma.
We saw the overall power of the Ziggs at the very end of that fight, not just with the 1 bouncing bombs, but also with the mines dropped out on the side right there, zoning Banger out in its entirety. Let's take a quick look at this fight. Overall, though, you see that this is exactly what Omega wants. So the first one's in, a huge showstopper engage onto Hoshiyumi, and then the final chapter over the top. I mean, all of the AoE, not just damage, but CC that comes out there was layered so incredibly well. And unfortunately for Omega, they had the Drake attacking them the entire time. That's why the Lamb's Respite had to go down when it did. Kush gets a nice pick, as you said, and then walls off. Banger, no steal opportunity. Again, right after shutting down additional marks off of the Kindred, they have been doing incredibly well. Kindred still only sitting on the single mark. Meanwhile, we have 5 kills to 2, a 2,000 gold lead on the side of Gamma right now. I mean, you've got Set sitting 2k ahead, only a couple hundred gold in the jungle, which is phenomenal, all things considered, with the mark shutdowns. But the top lane is the difference maker yet again on this set. Hazm just showing prowess and really confounding my brain as to what happened last time.
I'm not gonna say. I have a suspicion, but I will simply keep that to myself. So first items are actually all completed for the side of Gamma. Yumi not needing literally any mobility or really defensive items because you're not supposed to ever be able to target her, and she should never be able to have to run away. So she just goes straight for the Luden's Rush. Now, notably, Hoshiyumi also has item completed. This is the Evan Shroud, and Blackbeard has yet to be able to complete theirs. This is the Plated Steel Caps Rush instead. When you're losing the lane, you got to build those defensive boots up to make sure you don't die too many more times, as you are already 0-4-0, which is rough to say the least. Does have the charge available as well as the flash. Stridebreaker is used. Skarl is going to get dismounted, or he's going to be dismounted from Skarl here in just a little bit. Shotguns himself back. Mount Up is ready in just a moment here, but does not quite get it triggered, and is just going to clear out the way. If Skarl comes back, and he's good to go.
Yeah, is able to get that up, but I mean, all Hazm has to do is kind of repeat, right? Does have the ultimate up as well. Looks like he's going to go in for it.
Yeah, uses the Q, gets a little bit of the passive movement, or gets the movement speed as well as the passive damage. The Showstopper comes in. Blackbeard has to flash away, but doesn't get far enough. The Haymaker damage does enough now with the Mythic completed. That is 5 deaths. 3 of the kills go over to Hazm. Hazm has been responsible for every single one of Blackbeard's kills so far with the 2 assists. Gets the tier 2 turret as well, and moves into the red side jungle.
Yeah, this is the top lane set that we expected to see in the last game, coming through once again. Saw it game 1 as well, I believe. Just doing incredible with the Stridebreaker build this time as well. It seems to be very, very effective into the Klet. So it's just really allowed him to close the gap and keep it closed so many times.
Yes.
I mean, 5 kills, like you said, 3-0-2 on Hazm up there. And you know what? He's also had a decent effect on the rest of the map, showing up for that Drake fight with a very strong engage there as well. And the biggest thing, taking turrets gives your team gold, it gives your team pressure, and we just saw the Herald go down as Baron spawns as well. So overall, once again, we see a very team-focused game coming out of Gamma, while once again, very individual, just trying to up yourself to the point where you can carry or something goes right on the side of Omega.
Yeah, and Hypnotic Scruff, Banger, Joker, they've been doing decently, but Banger, the most recent mark spawned on the blue side Gromp, so it was all the way over here in the western quadrant, so not very easy to get to when you're, when you don't even have a tier 2 turret in the top lane. It's just these spawns, they haven't been phenomenal spawns, but even the times the marks have spawned, where Banger should maybe have a favorable chance at them, they haven't really been able to pick them up. So this Kindred, again, is just getting set further and further behind. Hasm has already completed their second item. Chempunk Chainsword completed for Rare Candy, as well as the Turbo Chem Tank. So this is like, this Hecarim has noxious fumes, and, not noxious, but noxious fumes,
It could be both at this point.
It could be. It very well could be.
He's a dead horse. He would totally suits Noxious.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, this has just been a much more. This feels much more like games 1 and 2, where Hasm is running the top lane and the rest of the team is running the Rift.
Speaking of game 1 and 2, and even in game 3, we once again have Shelly dropped in the mid as Drake is spawning down here. Quick rotate downwards. I don't think there's going to be enough time for Omega to engage. It looks like they seemingly agree, and they're going to try and push this tower in. This is going to be one of the only chances they really have to do that as is, because it's Ziggs. You don't push a Ziggs tower.
We have to see some flashes out. The gravity well on top of the chaos, or on top of the nature's grasp. Locks one more down. Banger has to use the Lamb's Respite, but it keeps Hasm alive as well. It's 1-for-1 so far. Blackbeard and Rare Candy has fallen, but Joker has slain Carno. That is the ADC down, and Hasm is on the run, but there's just enough range on this Kindred, yet Joker has to get on out of there. Kush and Zeventine, they are still alive, but that is a one-team fight for Dorado Gaming Omega.
Yeah, very, very well set up. You saw they actually used the saplings as their vision as to when to engage, and the saplings hit everybody at that. I mean, Hoshiumi may be a tank, but those saplings do stack off of your health your health as well for their damage. Oh, never mind. He's only got 1 rank in it, so he really is only using it for vision at this point. But it allowed them to set everything up so that they could get the Nature's Grasp across the entire team, which followed with just a significant amount of damage coming out. I mean, when you have a full team sitting in one place and a Victor that's just centimeters from their face, it's a good time.
Yeah, the amount of damage that was pumped out was absolutely phenomenal. Notably, Kush just obliterated that turret, so it looked like Omega wanted a little bit of a fight there, and it was advantageous underneath the turret, but it's a Ziggs. You can't do much about that. Satchel charge, 2 busted people, and actually went back and finished the Rabadon's death cap, so is feeling very, very good. Kush is only going to continue to get scarier and scarier.
I never read these numbers out loud, and it's kind of bothering me, so I gotta say, Satchel Charge automatically destroys towers beneath 27.5% of their health. That is more than a quarter. That is about a third of the HP of a tower. It will just destroy it. It goes away. It no longer gets to play the game. It looks like sets E in game 1. It's just over.
That's a lot. That's a lot of damage. So
I said E. I meant W. I'm sorry.
I understood what you meant. So, Hasm, once again, is on the top side of the map. This is another 3v1 gang. Hasm has been masterful at getting out of these so far. And the damage is coming through again from the Haymaker. Uses the ultimate to try to get on out of there. But once again, the Bear Trap does its job. Hasm falls. They're, the second death of the game, and that is quite a few deaths this series, thanks to game number 3. And Baron is up, Hasm is down. That's a lot of Gamma's gold. You see the Prowling Projectile hit onto Hoshiumi. They know he is on the flank. Blackbeard is rather low, will get dismounted just by the Baron, and Joker takes a ton of damage. Nature's Grasp comes through. There's one root down and it forces out the Spell Shield. But here we see the final chapter into the Lamb's Respite. This might block a lot of damage. Blackbeard is still alive, but finally falls. Joker is still functioning, is still full health, but only has the red gun. Hypnotic Scruff goes golden. Kush is on the backside. The exhaust comes through. Joker gets one more. You see the Moonlight Vigil. It does a ton of damage. Kush is the last one standing. Joker falls. Hypnotic Scruff is still alive. We're seeing the TP come through from Hasm. Hypnotic Scruff might be able to time this out, might be able to execute to the tower. Is actually trying to back Kush and Hasm. They are on the chase down. The Victor will be able to get out of here just fine, assuming nothing crazy happens. Indeed, he does. The fight is a mess, but it ends up going in the favor of Gamma.
Yeah, just barely at that with the... you know what? No, I guess overall it kind of goes even, right? I mean, because there was the set pick at the very start, but in terms of the team fight, that was a 5v4. Look at the damage that comes out of Joker right here, though. Or sorry, not out of Joker, out of Carino right there. Absolutely devastating to Joker's health bar. Just about 3-shots him with the help of Kush on the back of that fight. I mean, phenomenal awareness, incredible use of abilities right there with the Lost chapter, or sorry, Final chapter, overlaying with the boomerang blade in tandem with the ricochet. It's just amazing amounts of AoE damage that come out from this, just that duo of the bot lane, let alone with Kush's bombs layered over the top. And then a bit of a great escape coming out for Hypnotic Scruff as well, opting not to stand in a bush normally, which is the safest place to recall, which really is the only reason he was able to.
Yeah, Hypnotic Scruff is, like, again, so slippery on this Victor. Like, it's extremely impressive how consistently he manages to make escape plays on this champion who, again, the dude's got a limp. It's impressive that you can walk that quickly out of all of these dangerous situations. But speaking of dangerous situations, we are about to enter another one for both teams, and Blackbeard takes a ton of damage. Kush just keeps pumping it out. That is what you're supposed to do as Victor. Scruff, Blackbeard both at half health. Hoshimi chunked out as well. Joker, white and green guns. Again, we're not quite at ideal for the fight. The red gun is not going to be able to get cycled in for quite a while. There's going to have to be a little bit on it. White gun comes in. The Chakrams are going to be pretty, or the white gun comes out. Green gun comes in. The turret is set up. The range is pretty solid on that one if they want to try to create a line. It looks like Gamma are going for the Drake, and Omega are going to be trying to take this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Joker shoots over the wall. The turret is there! Joker just stole the dragon!
That's the first steal we've seen. And it's Aphelios that takes it, and there's the charge popped. It looks like they want to fight after
They want this fight. Rare Candy is low. Hasm goes over the wall and dunks him down. Has the Yumi on him. Can get a little bit of healing. The Haymaker does a ton of damage, but Banger gets the kill, gets the slay. Rare Candy is rooted up, but goes unstoppable with the onslaught of shadows. Yumi is on him again, but the Hecarim goes down. Hoshimi is the one that gets the kill with a sapling. Hoshimi finally falls. That's 3-4-2. The fight goes in favor of Gamma, but Omega Joker with the steal keeps the Drakes even.
And more importantly, stays alive as well, sitting at 4, 1, and 3. This Aphelios needs to keep scaling. He has to be the big change, the major effect in this fight. Most importantly, though, Hex Gates are now a thing, most importantly to note is Hex Gates are a thing in this game. So the mobility of these teams is totally different in terms of getting around the map compared to a standard game. Look at this timing by Joker. It did 429 damage. I don't think Smite came out. No, Smite did not come out. So that actually did more damage than Rare Candy was ready for. And then the chase down. Look at this damage out of. I can't get over the set. Always dealing incredible amounts of damage. Had the cat with him to keep him alive. You saw the cleanup of the fight. It ended up being, again, in the favor of Gamma. But it's that Drake steal, right? That puts the fear in a jungler's mind for the rest of the game of, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't do the Baron.
Yeah, you get, you lose it. You lose it to an Aphelios. That does not feel good. That does not feel too fun. But hey, you know what? You have to shake it off. You have to get over it. Those neutral objectives at the end of the day are still a great way for Gamma to win these games. So it looks like they are setting up around the Baron. They're posturing. It's about 30 minutes now, right? Most of our games have been ending around this mark thereabouts. So we're going to start seeing these team fights. death timers are going to start getting quite long. One big push here. I mean, Ziggs is going to melt through these turrets. One major team fight loss here, and the base is completely broken open. So Omega have to be extremely careful that they don't overextend and that Kush just doesn't delete them.
Yeah, thankfully there is teleports on the side of Scruff, so he can get a bit of a bot lane push going right now, but it wouldn't be too difficult for Gamma to really counteract him. They could send Kush down there, they could send Hazem down there and just fight against him, but they're opting not to. They just want to keep this top lane push going a little bit, but most importantly, they want to get a single good engage while they are a full 5 stack.
Yeah, notably Scruff has TP'd up to the top side of the map, and it looks like that's all Gamma wanted. They got the Victor TP, so they are backing off, and they're going to spread out across the map and continue their push.
The tactical macro gameplay right there is all that entire thing was about. Look at all these red wards that got thrown in just for a single blue pink ward that was there. That's 5 wards that got dropped into the pit and 1 next to it, as well as saplings that were thrown in continuously. Just because they didn't know what was going on, they had to be scared of that Baron going down, because it will go fast to the Sivir with the Kraken Slayer. But again, as you pointed out, all they wanted was that Victor teleport, and as soon as they get it, look at the spread on the map suddenly, right? Now you have the Ziggs in the top lane with his teleport. Now you have the Set in the bot lane with his teleport, and all you have to do is keep vision on this Baron, because it's going to go down fast on the other side too.
Yeah, and it's going down now. It is burning. We see the Mega Inferno Bomb go in, but it's a little bit too early. The steal does not come through. Notably, Hazem did not TP in and is walking up. That is a Baron steal, but the Onslaught of Shadows goes unstoppable. 2 get feared in the final chapter. Root down 2 more. Hazem is coming in, the exhaust comes down. Hoshiyumi tries to get a root, and Rare Candy is very low. The ADC for Gamma goes down, and Hazem is on the backside, but a double kill goes over to Joker. He's taken down 2, and there have not been any answers. Joker is running forward. Moonlight Vigil already expended. Kush has a lot of damage, but Joker might just have more. The green gun does a ton, and that's 3 unofficial triple kill. That 17 goes down to Banger. That's 4 down. Rare Candy is the only one left standing. This is a Baron push. Rare Candy at low HP. Omega, they've turned this game around, and they're breaking into the Gamma base.
Unfortunately, Joker died to the burn of OG Kush. He was unable to find anything to help steal back up, so he just falls. But this could still be the game. It's only Rare Candy up. He doesn't have the Onslaught of Shadows, but Sivir, 1 second away. Hexgate out. Wonderful play. The Drake is alive. Their own blue buff also alive. They're going to pick up what they can from the jungle on the way out. This should be uncontested. There's no reason for this to be pushed in. And look at Hecarim. He's just going right back to his jungle top side and said, I'm getting what I can before we have to do that whole thing again.
Yeah, there's no world where you try to contest that. Notably, Banger did not go for the mark on the Krugs over here. Again, they wanted to get out of there. They did not want to risk another team fight that wouldn't work just in case. They expended a lot of utility there. Notably, for Carino, Flash is still up for 17. The exhaust is now up. Hazem, the Flash is up again. These were things that were not up in the previous team fight. They're now available. Scruff and Hazem are both here. I'm not sure if Victor wins this one. Scruff gets chunked down to half. Chaos Storm is popped. Hazem is the one that gets the kill, though. Hazem has to walk around in the Chaos Storm. The charge comes through. Blackbeard is trying to come and match, but the TP from Kush will join the fight. We see the Mega Inferno Bomb chunk down Blackbeard. Skarl goes running. We see the Haymaker come in, and Kush is the one that takes down his fellow Yordle. 2 quick kills going over to the side of Gamma.
Yeah, we saw the base get broken open on the one side, and it looks like it could just happen right back. Joker not going to be able to get out of there in time, but Rare Candy knows better than to try and pick that fight. This bot inhibitor is just gone. Absolutely devastating destruction coming through right there. They should stop the push.
Joker keeps trying to back, and Rare Candy keeps on taunting him. Joker has a ton of damage, but the Moonlight Vigil is not up yet. This is not Gamma with the Baron.
This is game.
But this is Gamma with the Ziggs. As long as the Felios can't back, Gamma just win the game. The Lamb's Respite keeps Gamma alive, keeps the Ziggs alive, and despite the shutdown, the Satchel Charge wins the game. Dorado Gaming Gamma are your CCS champions.
If there was a way to end it, that was nothing less than Dorado Standard. That is it. Right there. Rare Candy's ability to keep Joker on the complete opposite end of the map during that entire push was incredible and 100% won the game. I mean, the kill on Victor was good.
Yes.
Right? The kill on Kled was great. Keeping Joker there so he could not recall. That is the majority of their damage.
Mhm.
Joker put out 18,000 damage. I'm incorrect. Scruff put out 19.
Right.
Little difference right there. But I mean, Kush with 29,000 damage. Either
Mhm.
way, the fact that Joker had to just suffer.
That was you hate to see it. Joker, I will say, Joker played a really good game, had an unofficial triple kill, ended up dying to the burn, but overall, that was like, he played a good game, and honestly, it felt like Joker played a pretty decent series, but time and time again, now, notably, Hasm did end with 4 deaths after going, I believe it was 5-0 and something, 5-0 and 3, ended up with 4 deaths, so, but hey, that's what you're doing when you're going, honestly, when you're going Stride Breaker set, that's kind of what you're doing. You're more of that initiator, that engage tool, and Kush. I mean, who needs a Baron when you have a Ziggs?
It's better.
It is. It's very clearly better. It's very clearly better.
You only have to deal with 73% of a tower. I mean,
Yep.
come on. No cannon
I-
minion's going to match that.
I'm pretty sure the Nexus exploded at half health.
Does it
I think it
affect
died
the
at half.
Nexus?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
not
know.
for-
I've
Ziggs-
never been in a situation.
Ziggs died. Ziggs died to the Victor laser. And the Nexus still exploded from like somewhere between 30% and half health.
I've never been in a situation where it's mattered. I've never
Yeah.
tried to half health a Nexus with a Ziggs W.
Yes.
But I mean,
So-
I'm not shocked. I can't.
No.
I can't even pretend to be 29,816 damage. I mean, sat at where I'm clicking through all the things. 13,528 gold, averaging 7.6 minions per minute, 265 CS total. Phenomenal game on Kush and showed exactly why Ziggs should have remained banned.
Yep, they pick it up. Chat popped off when it was picked. It was sometimes those picks they end up being a little bit of a meme. This was not a meme at all, and Kush took that game home. And again, we cannot forget Rare Candy just making sure that Joker could not join that team fight. We saw Hypnotic Scruff do a pretty good amount of damage. Just it wasn't quite enough to keep the rest of the team at bay when Kush was blowing up the turrets. So. Yeah. It was just not quite enough. It was a whole team effort. So once again, congratulations to Dorado Gaming Gamma. They say GG to their sister team, Dorado Gaming Omega. Dorado win the chip one way or another. It's the League of the Dog. But we will take a very brief break before we get an interview set up with, looks like it's going to be the entire Dorado Gaming Gamma team. So stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have an interview with the whole, yes, the entire Dorado Gaming Gamma roster. It's all of them from the top down. Hasm, Rare Candy, Kush, Carino, and 17. That's how I'm saying your name. Boys, congratulations on the win. It was a 3-1 dub. Nobody predicted 3-1, let alone really, I think, you all taking it over Dorado Gaming Omega. So we're going to try to make things quick. We're probably going to give each of you a question that you can answer. First up, Hasm, I want to come to you. You had a phenomenal series. We had a rough game 3, but overall, the set pick was awesome. And I will say that's not something we've seen a ton of priority on so far in Plat or even, in League of Legends as a whole right now. What drew y'all to set? What was so good about this champion?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's like a not bad blind. I don't think Dalton plays many of the counters, especially when they're like all banned, like Jax,
Right.
like Camille, like all these champs. Even Aatrox is banned, so
Yeah.
it like kind of limits the amount of counters you have to it. And yeah, I mean, he's like really good team fighting, and it's like kind of like a takeaway from Dalton because I think it's like his best champ by far.
Right.
So I just don't want him to have the champ because I don't really know what I'd play into it. So I just kind of pick it.
Yeah, sometimes that's a nice feeling, right? As you know that there's one champion, and you're like, I don't want to play against it, but we don't want to ban it, so I guess we'll just pick it. And then when it's a strong champ, there you go. One of the things that we talked about a ton, they talked about it before the games, and we talked about it throughout and after every single game, was the big difference between you guys and Omega was your ability to play as 5. You were significantly more consistent throughout the entire season as playing as a team. Your overall macro game was much better. Your objective control was much better. Who's responsible for that? Who's your shot caller for macro? Do you have a different shot caller for your team fights? Who is it? Anybody can answer.
I can answer. So it kind of varies. It just depends on who's on Engage,
Right.
and whatnot. But I know that like me, Carino, and Candy all are offering different things macro wise, for us. Like that one Baron that we got game 2 where we snuck it completely, without them knowing. That was a Candy call, I think.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then the game one, I knew exactly what they were gonna do, in the early stage jungle wise when they had the graves.
Right.
They really like going, especially when they're red side. They really like going red buff and then getting level 3 from camps and then running to our red buff with the bot prio that they have. And so what we did was we went blue buff, Gromp, red buff, so it was gone, and then into ganking bot because they were pushing hard for that invade.
Right.
And we kind of read that like a book, which
Yeah.
was really nice. But I mean, just shout out to my teammates for hanging in there, and I'm just so proud of all these guys. I make them do multiple hours every time that we're about to play best of 5 doing prep. And I know it's probably like annoying and stuff, but I think it really panned out, and I'm just like so happy for all these guys. So
Absolutely. And the prep clearly paid off. That gank you were talking about, that was something that, Oshi called out as well. The timing was just perfect. Rare Candy, you were able to get that gank. It was literally like you passed Banger, like it was like ships in the night. You were 2 steps away from seeing
funny.
each other. Yeah, it was extremely close, and you're able to pull that gank off, and it worked beautifully. But we're talking about the communication. The last moments of game number 4. This was, Kush, you were blowing up the turrets, and in the meantime, Rare Candy, you were busy dealing with Joker, keeping him distracted, keeping him from being able to go back and fight with the rest of his team and defend his base. What was the call there? Your base had just been broken into. The enemy team had Baron. Who was, and Rare Candy, what were the comms like? What were you thinking? What was the thought process there as y'all were finishing out the series?
Well, we got the pick off on the Victor, and then the Kled came after that, and everybody other than me was already bought. So I was just kind of looking to see if Aphelios greedy base, like just in the lane, and I found him. And then I just kept following him around and screaming at my team that they could end the game. And a lot of that was also from Hasm too, like to double down on the call. He was following up on that too. So
Wonderful.
yeah.
It worked. It worked beautifully. That's all we can say.
Yeah, it was it was eventful. For a word. I don't think anybody predicted an ending
Explosive,
anything
maybe?
along those lines. Yeah, literally. Bombarded their base, if you will.
There we go. Good one. Welcome to the cast, boys.
Yeah, it's pretty awful at times. This is why we had such a hard time with your names. We were trying to find jokes. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what we're gonna go with.
Yeah,
that's what we'll go with. All right. I want to take a second. What top to bottom here? So as we are in the actual chat, starting with Justin, ending with Kush, your favorite champion that you would be willing to play if you had to do this again. If there was no bans and you got to pick whoever you wanted to play a game 5 right now.
Game 5, I would probably have to go to Rakan. It's my comfort. It's my comfort. So I'd do that.
Yeah, I'd probably pick Aphelios.
Cool. Okay.
I'd probably pick whatever's not banned from me.
No, nothing's banned. Nothing's banned. You get to pick whatever you want.
Oh, a Camille for sure. For sure.
Okay.
Nice.
For sure.
Yeah, it's the wrap.
Rare Candy.
I think I just play Viego. I mean, we saw the first 2 games win, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, did phenomenally.
Yep, Sigs. It's not
it's not a secret.
Not really hard to think. That's the last time I was in a championship game. I got a pentakill on that champion.
Yep.
And yeah, you saw how much damage I was able to output in that last one. It's
I can't say
definitely
that
one
anymore
of
now.
my best champions for a long time, and yeah, it felt nice securing the dub on that one. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Well, it was an epic series, fellas. We loved to watch it. We loved to cast it. We thought we were gonna be done in 3. Instead, we were done in 4. Hey, we're almost in bed by midnight. It's how it goes. But one last, real quick, we'll go down the line one more time. Keep it quick, just a few words. Any final thanks before we sign off for the night? Again, everybody, this is Dorado Gaming Gamma, our CCS champions, signing off for the evening. Justin, starting with you.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to my team for carrying me. They let me on their team as well. So big shout out to Hoshi and Zolo because they gave me another shot at Dorado team after messing up. So thanks to them as well, and have fun, of course.
Wonderful.
All right. Thanks to obviously my team. Thanks to Dorado, and of course thanks to D Holy, Go, Tommy, and Ovies. Love you all.
Mr. Hasm.
Shout out to my parents for not booking another vacation this time around. Last time around we did end up losing. I wasn't there. I don't mean to brag or anything, but Gamma's only won with me, so just bragging a bit. But
shut up.
But yeah, shout out to the teammates. We really put in a lot of effort. I don't think we win if we don't put in that time. Like if we even put in half the time that we did, and not all of it, we still don't win. We literally we put in so much time. So it just feels good to have the feats of your whatever. I don't even know what the saying is.
The
but
fruits of your labor.
Yeah, the fruits of your labor.
The feet of your labor.
Yeah. Sure.
Hey, it was
also, shout out to Lawrence. My girlfriend's watching, so shout out to you. Thank you for watching the entire series and supporting me.
Oh,
that's the good stuff.
Indeed. All right, Rare Candy.
Okay. Shout out to the boys for putting in the work. Like Cosm said, I don't need to repeat too much what he said, but yeah. Also, just the Dorado community and everybody that came out to watch, I think it was really cool just to have the Dorado versus Dorado finals and everybody getting hyped around it. So I just think it was really cool to have that as the finals. Shout out to Omega as well for making it a little bit competitive in the game 3.
Indeed they did. And of course, to Kush.
Yep. So in classic Gamma fashion, all the way back to the OG Gamma roster, the first shout out that I will do is to Manny's mom. So shout out Manny's mom. Shout out, of course, to my wife for putting up with me yelling at the computer into late hours of the night. Shout out to
Yes.
all my teammates. Yeah, once again, I just really appreciate them for buying into all the effort. And shout out to all the Omega members. It was definitely like, I mean, even though the previous two series went to 5 games, like these games felt like much more tense, and like just shout out to them for just being a great team, and all the teammates or all the people on Omega are, they're all friends of mine. So shout out to them. And yeah, the last thing that I'll just say is I've mentioned it previously, but I'm like gonna be retiring from League of Legends for at least a decent amount of time. Um, with having a new kid and then graduating from graduate school and moving and
Congrats.
everything. So it's probably gonna thank you. So it's probably gonna be a while until I'll be able to make the big time commitment again. Um, so just keep a heads up in the Dorado channel. I'm going to be making, of course, a meme video because I always do. But also, probably like just like a retirement video from me. So I would just because like all of you guys and everybody in the Dorado community means so much to me. I would love to just like have you watch those. So yeah, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. I'm like, yeah, I'm just like so happy for these guys, and uh
Bro, you're gonna make me cry, man.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's I was not trying to get emotional, but I just yeah, I'm just like so thankful for these guys and for the Dorado community, and I'm just yeah couldn't be a
Oh,
better org to
um,
to win for. So
Yeah.
thank you guys.
Kush, I
I'm
Um,
glad
gotta
the last split we shared was a win, bro. I'm really
dang.
glad.
Stop crying, man.
I gotta say, Kush, just because I've been there and I am there, don't give up on it too easy. All right, I'm 32. I got a 6-year-old. I'm married. I understand the grind
I'll
when
be
you get up
I'll,
there.
yeah, I'll be back. It'll just be a while. Just be a while. Yeah, so
Yeah,
but
man.
I
We'll
mean
see you on the
I'm
mic
really
in 2 years max.
yeah, I'm really excited. Like I'm super excited for everything that's my next step in my life. But at least for the time being, I will miss it. So there's a good chance it'll be like an MJ type retirement where you're not actually retired, or like a Tom Brady retirement. We're not actually
mhm.
retired. So
Well, maybe not the Tom
Yeah.
Brady one.
Let's go
yeah,
with the Jordan one.
Yeah.
yeah. So
But all in all, well, congratulations, Coach, on all your life successes, and congratulations, boys, on once again winning the grand finals. And also, this just in, we have unanimous vote by Flay and also several other members of the CCS staff. Candy, you have won MVP for the CCS grand finals.
oh, so
Congrats,
deserved.
bro.
So,
Thank you.
congratulations, my friend. But all that being said, I know you all certainly want to celebrate. So, Oshi and I will be signing off as well. This is our final cast together, Oshi, for the time being. We will be signing off until the next time we show up. Any last words, my friend, before we are done for the night?
It's been a tour, right? I mean, everything from the very first games that you and I ever did together in the last season, all the way through everything that we've been through this season. I mean, the fact that we don't end on a game 5, it feels a little wrong,
I know,
but
right?
at the same time, if there wasn't something strange, it wouldn't be CCS, right? So
Mhm.
we are where we are. Couldn't be happier to see Dorado versus Dorado get the true DVD experience in your home, courtesy of CCS. But no, I couldn't be happier with how this entire season and then eventually the finals and everything went. And quite frankly, I can't think of a better co-caster.
Indeed. Also, I'm so sorry to interrupt your heartfelt message. I said CCS Finals MVP. All right. I said CCS Finals
Cap.
MVP. I did not say CCS MVP. I said CCS Finals MVP. Okay. Y'all might not have heard it, but I said it. All right, chat, chill out. All right. I ain't that bad at speaking. But again, Oshi, it has been an absolute pleasure. Every cast has been absolutely fire. I cannot wait to cast with you again, my friend. So until next time, everybody. Also, thank you to Daddy Zillion, our producer for the evening, making an absolutely phenomenal broadcast happen. But until next time, whenever that may be, we have our Diamond Tournament happening on Tuesday, so you can check that. We got people casting, we got people hosting it. But we'll be back at some point. You all take care. Be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.
Long live the king.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
This boy can't be serious. He must have it.
Guys, we suck.
The party is over. Close the gates.
You don't want to do your room, you don't want to do housework, you don't want to do yard work, and I just want you to stay here just for a little while.
Just as I suspected. You cheated not only the game, but yourself. You didn't grow, you didn't improve, you took a shortcut and gained nothing.
Hey, bruh?
Yeah?
Ah! Damn it!
You surprise me to how shit you are, huh?
Time to repent your sins.
I will not play rock, paper, scissors with you!
You blew it!
I mean...
If you can honestly look into your heart and tell me you want me to leave, I'll go.
Okay, leave.
Wow, did you look in your heart?
Oh, hey!